the assembly of distinguished guests, illuminating fountainheads of ideas, worthy members of organizing team, most prized delegates, and the valued audience. The success of any mega event is determined by the inspiring presence of great personality who lends a charisma to the occasion. We are blessed to have Engineer Ravindra Kumar Sir as our presiding guest and Professor Gautam Kothari Sir as our chief guest for today's session. I request Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg Sir to accompany Engineer Ravindra Sir and Professor Anil Gupta Sir to accompany Professor Gautam Kothari Sir to grace our session by marking their presence and occupying their honorable chair on the stage. Saraswati Mahabhagye Vidye Kamal Lochane Vidyarupe Vishalakshi Vidyamdehi Namostute. Commencing our event in the name of Goddess Saraswati, I request Dr. Akhil Ranjan Garg Sir, Professor Gautam Kothari Sir, Engineer Ravindra Kumar Sir and Professor Anil Gupta Sir to garland Ma Saraswati, seeking for her blessings to fill us with the ultimate knowledge and wisdom. I invite Professor Arvind Verma Sir to welcome Engineer Ravindra Kumar Sir by presenting him a bouquet. I also invite S.K. Singh Sir, Head of Department of Civil Engineering, to welcome Professor Gautam Kothari Sir by presenting him a bouquet. We welcome you all to this valedictory function. Thank you for joining us in. A true welcome is never complete without the warm words and warm gesture. I request Professor Anil Gupta Sir to come on the stage and address the gathering.
Namaste to our most valued honorable Chief Guest Professor G.C. Kothari Sir, ex-chairman JPNT Jodhpur, presiding guest Engineer Ravindra Kumar Sir, Director Defence Lab Jodhpur, Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg, coordinator of this event and HOD of Electrical Department, Management Committee, teachers, students and their parents, Dean and Head of the various departments, faculty from MBM University and Jain Narayan Vyas University, my dear friends and everyone gathered here. I welcome all of you at the prize distribution and closing ceremony of the Science Week. On the behalf of organizing committee, I welcome our chief guest, Professor G.C. Kothari Sir, ex-chairman JPNT, and he is also alumni of our college, and he became the professor at the age of 31 years in the Vadodara University. It is our fortunate that he is with us for his function, for this function. I also welcome our prestigious guest, Engineer Ravindra Kumar Sir, outstanding scientist and director, Defence Lab, Jodhpur. He is known for his pioneer work in the field of phase change material-based heat management technology and product. The DRDO Jodhpur have achieved many milestones in his leadership. Sir, it is an honorable moment for our college to have your prestigious presence in today's event. I welcome all students, teachers from various schools and colleges and their parents. I also welcome Dean and HODs of the various departments and faculty members who have handled the event throughout and all the participants who made the event memorable. I welcome all the faculty members for MBM and JNU University. I also welcome professors from IIT, although they are not with us right now. They will be joining us at 3:45 and will deliver a talk and celebrate the Science Week. I would like, uh, I would also like to welcome all newspaper, TV reporter present here. I congratulate on you on the occasion of Science Day. विज्ञान सर्वते पूज्यते महाकुंभ पिछले 7 दिनों से एमबीएम विद्यालय में चल रहा है। इन 7 दिनों में आप लोगों ने बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर, वर्कशॉप, एग्जीबिशन में भाग लिया होगा। आपने भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों के बारे में जाना होगा कि उन्होंने विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में क्या योगदान किया है। आपको इस मेले के बाद विज्ञान को जानने की जिज्ञासा और इसमें कुछ करने का उत्साह पैदा हुआ होगा। आप भारत के भविष्य हैं, आप विज्ञान से कैसे भारत की उन्नति कर सकते हैं और भारत को कैसे आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। मेरा मानना है कि हमारे ग्रंथ गीता, रामायण, महाभारत और वेद आदि सभी में बहुत सारी विज्ञान की जानकारियाँ छुपी हैं। आपको इन ग्रंथों को पढ़ना है और जानकारियाँ निकालनी है। वंस अगेन आई वेलकम ऑल ऑफ यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. I take the immense pleasure to introduce our presiding guest, Ravindra Kumar, sir. Engineer Ravindra Kumar, an outstanding scientist and director of Defense Lab Jodhpur, is known for his pioneering work in the field, phase change material-based heat management technologies and related products. He has indigenously developed microwave shaft for defense application, which are currently being used by Indian Defense Forces. Sir has completed his BTech in Metallurgical Engineering from Roorkee University, MTech from IIT Bombay, and International Executive Diploma in Project Management from George Washington University. He has 7 IPR, 1 copyright, and 1 design to his credit. Sir has published more than 80 technical reports, 25 national and international publications, and has deliberated in several national and international conferences. He has been awarded with DRDO's prestigious Agni Award for Excellence in Self-Reliance 2019 and has visited several countries for official work and has steered several R&D technologies demonstration and mission mode projects to success under his leadership. On this momentous occasion, I feel pleasure to request Sir to address the young delegates and motivate them by his words of wisdom. Welcome, sir.
यहाँ से चलेगा पीपीटी। हाँ ठीक। इधर से ऊपर नीचे होगा। ओके। Thank you very much for very nice words, kind words for me. Respected Professor G.C. Kothari sir and Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg and other organizers of this event, faculty members of MBM Engineering College, or now it is university, and my dear students, a very good afternoon to all of you, and my greetings to you on the occasion of Science Day, and also as we are celebrating the Amrit Mahotsav of our इंडिपेंडेंस, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव, उसकी भी आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। As you know, in 1928, Professor C.V. Raman has discovered the Raman effect. He has published his paper. We all see sky is blue and sea is blue. But he has the craze and vision to explore why it is happening and how it is happening. And then he has found it out that when the photons are interacting with the metal, either it is electron or proton or neutron, then there is a change in the frequency. And that change in the frequency of that photon is a signature mark of that particular molecule or atom. And that has become a very good technique to analyze the matter. Today, the Raman spectroscopy is a well-known tool to investigate the matter, and it is world over it is recognized. And for this work he was awarded Nobel Prize. And this is not the only scientist India has. India, after independence and during the pre-independence era, many great scientists has been produced by India who were recognized world over, whose work has been recognized world over. Friends, what I want to communicate to you, that the scientific tradition is not new to India. Even in the ancient India, this tradition was well alive. In fact, many development in the human civilization has been led, the leadership has been provided by India, ancient India. Notable among them was mathematics, medicine, and most notable was the metallurgy, my topic, my expertise. And you will be proud to know that Rajasthan was in the forefront. The Jawar mines near Udaipur were the birthplace of zinc metallurgy. And it is recognized world over that India was the first to develop the reverse condensation technology for extraction of zinc. The brass, bronze, they were developed in India. Technology has flown from here to Europe. Not only this, even in the iron, the famous Damask salt, the technology has gone from here to Arab and from there to outside world. So what I want to say, that scientific temperament, scientific tradition is not the trademark of West only. It is in our blood, in our genes, and we have produced great scientists. The zero, the number system, it has been given by India to the world. And in today's world, my organization, Defense Research and Development Organization, is playing a important role in development of defense critical technologies, which are very essential to win a war. As you know, we are surrounded by our adversaries on western sector, on the eastern sector. And if we are not capable in producing indigenously the world-class weapon systems, we will not be able to sustain our independence. So in this 75th years of independence that we are celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and if we want to celebrate 100th years of independence, we have to be self-dependent in the defense technologies. Daily you are seeing the scene of Ukraine and Russia war. If you are not independent in defense technologies, you will not remain independent. So, my organization, I am thankful to organizer of this event who has invited me to deliver this talk. In around 20 minutes time I will take, and I will use a glimpse of DRDO, what they are doing, and also some minutes I will spend on achievement of Defense Laboratory Jodhpur, which is situated next door to MBM Engineering College, and which have in the past few years have achieved significant successes in developing important technologies. So, friends, the DRDO has started in 1958. This was a historic building, Metcalf House in Delhi, where his son of soil, Professor Daulat Singh Kothari, he has started DRDO, and in the next year, he has established Defense Laboratory Jodhpur in Jodhpur city. The mission and vision of Defense Research and Development Organization is empowering India with cutting-edge defense technologies. Mission is self-reliance in critical defense technologies and systems by indigenization and innovation, and by equipping the armed forces with state-of-the-art weapon systems and equipments. And this we are doing in close partnership with industry as well as academia and other R&D centers in India and abroad. So this was formed in 1958, around 64 years ago, and we have total labs around 45 spread all over India with employees of 30,000 odd and annual budget of around 11,000 crores. The organization is organized in 7 clusters, technology clusters, who are looking after the different important technologies: missiles and strategic systems, aeronautical system, armament and combat engineering system, electronic and communication system, microelectronic devices, computational systems and cyber systems, life science, naval system and materials. Friends, there is no technology on which DRDO is not working. We are working on tanks, we are working on missiles, as well as we are working on food items and water. You all are aware about our successes in missiles. We have Agni series of missiles right up to 5,500 kilometers we can strike, and this can carry payloads, conventional as well as nuclear. So rest assured that if need arises, we can strike our enemies sitting from here in their heart up to Beijing and these things. And this is a good deterrence India is having against any adventure which the enemy might be thinking. So these are all details of these things. I will not go into much details of these things because these are different versions of the technology. Akash missile is there, which is surface to air missiles, which works for our air defense. Anti-tank missile is there, Nag. And we have a cruise missiles, BrahMos, in collaboration with Russia. And this is a very good example of success, how industry of two countries can collaborate and develop a state-of-the-art weapon systems. Now we are working in the hypersonic region also. Not only it is surface to air or air to air or ground to air, but we have the capabilities. Now the warfare system has entered into two more areas. Earlier the traditional areas were Jal, Thal and Nav. Now two more areas are there, that is space warfare and cyber warfare. So space warfare also we have demonstrated that we can destroy an enemy satellite if we want to. So that capabilities has also been demonstrated by DRDO. We have developed a light combat aircraft Tejas, and this year only we have got a good large order for its inductions. We have also developed advanced light helicopter systems, and various version of this is there. Arjun MBT tank, multi-barrel rocket launcher, Pinaka, which can fire large number of rocket with a very high speed and destroy any target within the enemy territory up to the 70 kilometer. That capabilities are there. Airborne early warning and control. This is a very important airborne radar systems. What happens when a radar cannot detect very low lying objects? So these days the missiles are there which can fly at a very low level, so that so that our radar cannot detect that. To overcome that thing, this radar system has been established inside a aircraft. This aircraft goes up and it keeps 24 hours eye on the enemy's activity. As soon as the missiles get fired from the enemy territory, immediately we can come to know that some activity is there and that can be destroyed. Not only in the air and ground, we are very active in the under the sea, and various torpedo systems has been developed which can destroy enemies' submarines or ships. Recently, a very advanced technology has been developed, air independent propulsion system. Actually, when the submarine is under the water, it has to come to take air on the surface, and at that time it can get detected. So now the front line research is there to develop a engine system, a power systems which does not need the oxygen. So that research has been done in one of our laboratory, and this demonstration level technology has been developed. Now efforts are there to integrate it with the submarines. Recently, in this year's Republic Day parade, this system was demonstrated. We are also working on unmanned aerial systems. Various type of systems are there. Not only on the drone systems, we are working on the anti-drone systems also. And in the warfare, you are requiring to deploy your commandos and your systems at very difficult terrain, like in deserts, on sand dunes, or in the enemy territory, or let us say in high altitude areas. So the capabilities are required how to deploy these from a height safely. So these systems have also been developed where the soldier can be deployed, and not only the soldiers, even the heavy systems like a tank can also be deployed, airdropped successfully. Those systems has been developed. We are also working on unmanned ground vehicle, remotely controlled, which can carry out various operations like anti-terrorist activities also, or other activities where if the human beings are deployed, they are on risk. We have developed systems where you can lay a bridge within a very short time period, so that if you are entering into the enemy territory, if the rivers are there, you can easily cross them. Various types of radars have been developed. Sonars have been developed. Sonars are the sensors which detect under the water. On the ground, you have other sensors like IR sensors, microwave sensors, optical sensors, but under water only sonar works. So those systems have already also been developed. Torpedo have been developed. Not only that, we have a cluster which works on life support systems. So for troops to survive, let us say on Siachen, or that way even in the desert, they require ready-to-eat foods. So those things have also been developed by our 6-7 laboratories which are placed at different places. We have developed vector and pest control. For example, if the soldiers are deployed in the northeast, the mosquito is very big problems. Snake bites are problems. So all those things, the DRDO has developed the technologies. And not only in the war systems, friends, in the COVID, fight against the COVID, DRDO has proved its worth. DRDO has built COVID hospitals with 1,000 beds at New Delhi and 500 beds at Lucknow, and we have the capabilities within 7 to 10 days the hospitals can be operationalized. So this has helped a lot in meeting the challenges of second wave, during the second wave, and we were prepared for the third wave. Luckily, the third wave was not so severe. During that period, we have established around 800 oxygen generating plants also in different cities. In Jodhpur also, 3 plants have been established. So we are ready to meet any oxygen emergency in case it arises. And we have also developed drug 2DG for COVID-19 and corona test kit also.
Defense Research and Development Organization DRDO has been in the forefront of equipping our armed forces with modern military technologies. The year 2020 has been extraordinary for DRDO in giving push to the indigenous technologies and products, manifestation of which are the successful test trials of defense systems like Hypersonic Missile Technology Demonstrator Vehicle, HSTDV, New Generation Anti-Radiation Missile, Rudram-1, BrahMos extended range missile with indigenous boosters. Control and guidance trials of standoff anti-tank guided missile SANT. Quick reaction surface to air missile QRSAM. Supersonic missile assisted release torpedo SMART. Third generation helicopter launched anti-tank guided missile Dhruvastra. Anti-tank guided missile ATGM for Arjun Mark II. Man-portable anti-tank guided missile MPA-TGM. High expendable aerial target Abhyas. Pinaka rocket system with enhanced range. Technical sea trials of mine influence ground mine MIGM. Advanced lightweight anti-submarine torpedo and active electronic scanned array radar Uttam. Onboard fighter aircraft LCA LSP-2. 2 kilowatt anti-drone system integrated with jammer. Ground acceptance tests of internal radar warning jammer system for Jaguar aircraft. Phase 3A trials of digital radar warning receiver Dhruti. User-assisted technical trials of air defense fire control radar Atulya. Carrier landing and takeoff of LCA Navy on INS Vikramaditya. User trials phase 2 of instant fire detection suppression system for T-72 tank and fire detection and suppression system for passenger buses was demonstrated. Organization has achieved expertise in radars, electronic warfare systems, torpedoes, guns and communication systems, long-range surface-to-air missile, airborne early warning and control system Netra, active radar homing based beyond visual range air-to-air missile Astra, and optic electronic devices developed by DRDO are being used. Organization has come up with 1,000 bed makeshift COVID hospital in just 12 days in Delhi. 2 similar 500 bed hospitals were also established in Bihar. DRDO innovated and created spin-off defense technologies to counter COVID-19 and came up with more than 50 technologies for preventive care and disinfection. Almost 100 products were realized in shortest possible time to assist corona warriors, and technologies were transferred to nearly 100 Indian industry partners. DRDO is contributing in achieving the goal as a technologically advanced nation and also meeting the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat by supporting industries in a big way. New DRDO Procurement Manual PM 2020 released by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. The current industry base of DRDO consists of more than 1800 MSMEs and industries. Organization has also come up with a list of 108 systems and subsystems that would help in design and development by Indian industry to strengthen the local defense manufacturing ecosystem. DRDO committed to a Atmanirbhar and Sudhrad Bharat.
So friend, you have seen the various capabilities of DRDO. Now you can imagine at the time of independence, even not a needle was being fabricated in India. In that sense, even Diasalais matchboxes were used to come from abroad. And now we are making all sorts of things. Whatever is required in the modern warfare, we are making. I'll take some time to tell you some achievements of Defense Laboratory Jodhpur, which has been established in 1959 by Professor Daulat Singh Kothari. And we are a very small laboratory. If you see the DRDO point of view, roughly around 100 odd scientists are working with a total strength of 365. And we are a multidisciplinary laboratory. From basic research to product, technology, process and system development we are working. And one advantage of our laboratory is that we are working with all the 3 services, even paramilitary forces and premier organizations like ISRO, IITs, NTRO, NDMA. We are working in major DRDO programs like AMCA, MBT, Gaganyaan, and we are the nodal lab for chaff development, camouflage and concealment, CBR and waterproofing systems, MOCAPs, nuclear and camouflage training. We have different working groups, and in the past we have developed, because one of the objective was to work on the desert technologies. So we have worked on ED-based desalination technologies under Project Sujalam, which was the brainchild of Professor Abdul Kalam. We have established around 30 ED water desalination plants in Barmer districts, 30 villages. We have also developed emergency survival kit, and then the loose soil is a major challenge in desert warfare. So the laboratory has developed soil stabilization around bunkers and construction of temporary helipad where the heli operations can be carried out in the field conditions. We have also worked after Pokhran 1 on the nuclear defense side. Various instrumentations have been developed and equipped, armed forces have been equipped to operate in the nuclear environment scenario to know how much dose they are receiving. And these 4 systems has been developed for Indian Navy, which can tell you whether on the floor a radioactive waste is there, or on your clothes some radioactivity is there, or on your hand and foot some radioactivity is there, or a person is carrying illegally some radioactive things, that can be known. A airborne system has also been developed which can detect remotely the radioactive areas. We are providing nuclear radiation support, safety support during all national events like 26th January or 15th August. Recently we have developed a radiation detection system for helicopter. We have also developed state-of-the-art next generation technology which can make the radar signature of aircraft very low without affecting its weight and operationality. We have recently developed a mobile waterproofing systems which can purify the CBRN, that is chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear contaminated water. In case of a nuclear disaster, the whole surface water will get contaminated. If you consume it, you will have very serious effects and even death can be there. And the commercially available waterproofing plant cannot purify it. So recently we have developed this, a high capacity plant, around 2,500 liter per hour capacity is there. And this plant can remove radioactivity up to ppb level. And this plant has undergone exhaustive trials with the army, and army found it's very, very useful. And in the Indo-China conflict, this has been placed on army's request at Ladakh areas near this Pangong Lake. And other technology recently we have developed for Gaganyaan mission. This can purify the seawater. You can take seawater and drink directly from it. And this will be used for Gaganyaan mission, human missions, what ISRO is planning. When this mission return back, they will be returned on the seawater. So in case of emergency, they can survive on the seawater. And now it has been integrated with all the ships of the Navy on their life support boats. And recently, in a very critical technology, the Defense Laboratory Jodhpur has realized the self-reliance, and this technology is called the chaff technology. When a missile is logged on the aircraft deploy these chaff materials which are very fine fibers. It forms a cloud and it gives a false signal on the radar. Missile thinks that this is the target and it diverted. And this technology, till last year, this material was being imported by India, both by Air Force and Navy. But on the requirement of the services, we have developed this technology, we have developed our material, we have developed our process, we have developed our pilot plant facilities, we have developed our characterization facilities, and today India is self-reliance in this category. The item has been accepted by the user, inducted, technology has been transferred to 5 of the vendors, and this is ready for the commercial production. And this has come in this 108 items list of released by Defense Minister, that this import is no more required. And recently, this technology has been handed over by Honorable Raksha Mantri to Chief of the Naval Staff. And currently we are also working on a very new technology where a invisible screen can be created around a ship or around a aircraft, and it will become invisible on radar screen. So this is the latest we are working. You can see here this much signal is there of a radar reflecting corner, and after firing this material, this total signal is lost. So you can consider this this corner as a aircraft or a ship, and after firing these things, this will become invisible on radar screen. So this will improve the survivability of our aircraft, fighter aircraft, as well as the ships. And this will give an ease to our armed forces.
Indian Navy has tested all the 3 indigenous developed naval trap payloads variant of SRCR, MRCR and LRCR form INS training platform and found the performances satisfactory. DLG has established a trap pilot plant with production capacity of 10 lakhs meters of trap fibers per day. The trap ends are cut into various desired lengths to form trap packs using automatic trap cutting machine. Thereafter, the assembly of naval trap payloads is carried out based on the DLG designs of each type of naval trap payloads. The assembled payloads are then subjected to fitment trials by assembling the payloads in the respective trap rockets. This is one more step of DRDO towards Atmanirbhar Bharat.
So friends, this is a short coverage of the work the DRDO is doing, and as you have seen, we are working on the front edge technology, and as a student of MBM Engineering College, you are all invited to visit our lab. You can see our lab, and then you can also dream to join DRDO and contribute in the preparedness of India to face the next century challenges in the warfare. With this, I thank all the organizers once again to give me an opportunity to address you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your pearls of wisdom. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to you. We thank you once again for sparing time from a busier schedule and joining us in this session. Now we will be moving towards the next phase of today's valedictory function, which is jointly organized by IIT Jodhpur and MBM University, where you will experience the pinnacle of knowledge by listening to the guest of the highest degree.
That these notebooks, there were no mistakes at all. Now, the fact that he did not write down the proofs turned out to be a boon to generations of great mathematicians like George Andrews, who discovered one of the lost notebooks. And they could find problems. The theorem came from the Ramanujan's notebook, and they worked out the proof of that. And enormous amount of research was carried out on that basis. Of course, the new applications of Ramanujan's work go on in even cryptography and encoding theory. I don't think we ever thought that these applications will emerge from his fundamental work in mathematics. As Nobel laureate Chandrasekhar says, as long as people do mathematics, the work of Ramanujan will continue to be appreciated. Now that maybe I'll mention it again later, artificial intelligence and robotics is a part of intelligence. And there are some people who are scared. Even Stephen Hawking was scared that if they go on increasing the intelligence of the robots, then one day we may have super intelligent robots, AI systems which may take over the world. I don't agree. And I don't agree, but I agree with Roger Penrose, who says that no algorithm or cybernetic machine created by man can be smarter than man himself. Raman was this example, and the reviewer of the book, Ezekiel Roth from Hebrew University, says, no enhancement of human intelligence, just meaning artificial intelligence, opens a door to becoming a Ramanujan. But no algorithm is likely to produce robots with the abilities of Ramanujan. Coming to nuclear energy, well, India has developed in so many fields, but I will spend some time on nuclear energy. And the Director General of IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, when he visited BARC, he said, I would like to conclude by noting that India's remarkable success in the field of peaceful nuclear technology is an inspiration for many developing countries. You know, you have a large number of reactors working now, and I have always said if you have a complex system, technical system, safety and reliability go together. In your own car, if the brake and the clutch and the steering don't give you trouble, likely it is very safe, it will not get involved in any accident. Same thing for any complex system, including nuclear reactors. If they work for a long time without giving you problems, then they are very safe systems. See, on December 10, 2018, the indigenously built unit of Kaiga pressurized heavy water reactor in Karnataka broke the world record for continuous operation, 941 days, which was built, which was till then held by. Of course, they broke the record when they crossed 851 days. They should reach 52 days. Then we had to shut it down. 941 days. It was shut down. Okay, next slide. Because we are all worried about climate change. Everybody is worried about climate change. Global warming. And carbon dioxide emission. Carbon dioxide is one of the greenhouse gases. Ozone settles upstairs. Traps the infrared radiation trying to get out of the earth. And this is what causes global warming. Already more than 1 degree warming has taken place. And everybody has agreed that we can't allow it to go more than 2 degrees. For 1 degree, 1 more degree is left. Actually, they say better to control it at 1.5 degrees. And this International Panel on Climate Change says key measures to achieve mitigation goals include development of renewable energy, nuclear, and carbon capture and storage. But what we do next 20, 30 years, we are going to burn coal. And that's why as the PSA we started this program on advance. Raise the steam to 700 degrees centigrade plus. Then, for the same amount of carbon dioxide or the same amount of power that you produce, you emit less carbon dioxide. Of course, global warming in the short run has led, of course, the northern hemisphere, Norway and Sweden and Siberian people are very happy with global warming. But tropical countries are first affected, as you say, Stanford studies, dragging down the economic growth in warm countries such as India and Nigeria. But in the long term, everybody is going to be affected. Next slide. This is India's three-stage program set up during your plan for use during the time of Homi Bhabha and his colleagues. First, the heavy water reactors, as most of the reactors are, make plutonium out of uranium-238. Heavy water reactor, the isotope uranium-235 burns, undergoes fission. 238, which is most of it, 99% plus, part of it gets converted to plutonium. And plutonium is very good for fast breeders. It's called fast because it uses fast neutrons. Breeders, it's called because it produces more nuclear fuel than it consumes. And then you have a huge resource of thorium. Thorium will be kind of exposed to the neutrons, fast neutrons in these breeders, and they get converted to uranium-233, and hopefully in the long term, third stage, we will get into the plutonium, into the uranium-233, thorium-232 cycle. Of course, we can have additionalities of light water reactor. We don't have much experience in that except in our nuclear submarine. We are all, as I showed you, the slide which I showed you, the three-stage, means closing the nuclear fuel cycle. Open cycle means you just take the spent fuel, throw it away as waste, which is absurd because it contains so much of valuable nuclear resource. So in this paper, which we wrote at myself, Sinha and Petroman, 2007, we have shown that if you do that, at some stage, the total power that you can get from available global nuclear resources, fuel resources, will come down, and then it will go down. On the other hand, if you close the cycle to plutonium, uranium-233, then it becomes a sustainable mitigation technology. That's what India is planning to do. Next slide. And of course, you take care of the environment. As you can see here, the beautiful environment around one of our reactors. Next slide. Because all reactors are like that only. And these are the projects under construction. More have been sanctioned by the government. Next slide. And artificial intelligence based or machine learning based expert systems have been implemented in Indian nuclear power plants, decision support systems, system-based intervention guideline management system, and then false alarm suppression, prognostics of plant equipment, robotics. Robotics are part of artificial intelligence for surveillance and safeguards. So the final decision in any reactor is not allowed to be taken by a machine, that's taken by the operator of the nuclear power plant. But all this data becomes available to. Next slide. These are the new projects which have been sanctioned, 10 700 megawatt reactors and also these Russian light water reactors. One day we hope we will also be able to regionalize this light water reactor technology like we did the CANDU type of reactor. 220 megawatts imported first from Canada, and then now taken it up. We have taken it up to 700 megawatts, in between 540 megawatts. They are all totally indigenous design. Next slide. See, once I and the former Director General of IAEA, Mohammed El Baradei, were talking, and I told him that if you close the nuclear fuel cycle, as I explained to you, with plutonium, the same uranium will give you 50 times more power, or even more. But if you close it using also thorium, so you go into the thorium uranium 233 cycle, you can draw perhaps 600 times more power from the same quantity of uranium. And that's the slide I showed you. So the use of closed nuclear fuel cycle, with thorium 233 added. In fact, he asked me, can we then say nuclear energy then becomes renewable energy? I said, let us be a little modest, we'll say mere renewable energy. So there is also plenty of rehabs and also uranium in seawater. Next one. These are, you see, nuclear is not just nuclear electricity and nuclear weapon. There is practically no field of activity, societal activity from which nuclear is absent. You can see here food preservation. We are able to kill the bacteria in this before packaging. Shelf life goes up. You package and then you expose it to radiation. Same thing with medical supplies. It can be limited to those which can be given this kind of treatment. So there's a Bhavatron for radiation treatment of cancer, using gamma radiation. Water resources you can check using these techniques. I've also done under the Rohtang in Uttarakhand. And so many other possibilities are there in gamma radiation for industrial safety and so on. Radiography, of course. Next. Today, advanced technologies are multidisciplinary. But all disciplines are getting multidisciplinary. Physics, chemistry, and biology, very difficult. Yeah. I think somebody else is trying to give a talk. Can you please mute other guys? Anyway, I was mentioning about physics, chemistry, and biology. Where is the boundary now? In fact, if you take density function theory, as I may mention a little later, the physical chemistry uses as much as theoretical condensed matter physics. Look at the Nobel Prize for Venki Ramakrishnan. The Nobel Prize was in chemistry. The structure he solved was ribosome, which is of course the biological material. Techniques is used are physical techniques. Same thing is true for technologies. To build a nuclear power plant, or space launch vehicle, or advanced fighter aircraft, in mission-oriented agency, they are not one technology. They are multidisciplinary. Disciplines are involved. And of course, they are all within the same institution. When I started this program on the advanced ultra-supercritical thermal plant, then we had to bring in 3 organizations who could do that. They were BHEL, who are designers of power engineering equipment, NTPC, who are, of course, the utility, and also major materials problem. So we brought in IGPA, who are experts in materials, because we can do it fast breeder reactors. There's no problem for them to do it for advanced ultra-supercritical thermal plant. World over, giant science and technology projects also involve several countries. And India, in many of them, as an equal partner. So I remember when I was sharing the Board of Governors in 94, 95, I'm saying, the International Atomic Energy Agency, one Western member of the board, yes, not the board, but of the, in the meeting, he said the developed countries are suffering from donor fatigue. That is when I developed this phrase, equal partner. I don't want any of you to say one will collaborate in science and technology projects, but as an equal partner. Next one. He's a very nice author. He is Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Some of you might have read his book, The Black Swan. Black Swan is an unusual event, because black swan, you expect the swan to be white. Black swan means unusual event, but with serious consequences. Then he developed this phrase, anti-fragile. You see, if something is robust, it will be resistant to shocks. No change. But if it is fragile, it will break down. But he coined the phrase anti-fragile as under stress it will become better and better. And there are bacteria, for example, even probably COVID. So that it's drug resistant bacteria. Or even when we antibiotics talk about microbes, antibiotic resistance. This is also I have set up a nuclear program. Because if technology denials in the earlier stages, they resisted and overcome the shocks of that. I remember when I was Director BARC, I defined self-reliance not as trying to do everything yourself. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's a complex system all over the world. You buy subsystems from outside. But if anything is denied to you, including the proverbial will, you must have the capability to do it yourself. That's why I define self-reliance as immunity against technology denial. Today we are strong, we are very strong, getting stronger. We should learn to leverage international cooperation. We are doing it already to strengthen our own initiative. Like you've seen, before I go to that, let me make a brief mention of Pokhran. Pokhran is a totally indigenous effort. Because we had major support from one of the DRDO labs. Most of the work is BAP, terminal ballistic research lab. When we had to design explosive lenses, the initiative came. But I look at the physics of it. How many disciplines are involved? Shockwave physics, condensed matter physics, material science, nuclear neutron physics, radiation hydrodynamics, if you are building and radiation matter interaction physics, you are building a thermonuclear device, and then advanced electronics and control systems in fabrication and processing technologies over a wide range. And that's why all this let us an accurate prediction of the weapon yields. So there were limitations when you, with the shaft that we had available maximum we could test for 45 kilotons. But all the physics principles are being tested. That's why I wrote in this paper in 2008 that the carefully planned series of tests carried out by us give us the capability to design confidently and build nuclear weapons up to 200 kilotons. Of course, a lot of work has been since time. Next slide. Here will one diagram of sharing of nuclear weapon knowledge. And as everyone knows, there was sharing between US, UK and France. France gave it to Israel probably to South Africa, Russia to China, China to Pakistan. But they all realized that India stands alone. That means we did no spying, and since all capabilities existed within our organization, there was no need to seek the help of anybody. Next slide, please. Of course, as I said, we are one. We go for international equal partner basis. We have the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva. We saw the Higgs boson. But all the, in this, what happens, the protons are going around in 26 kilometer circumference circles. Two of them, two orbits, opposite direction. Once in a while they are brought together. And when they are brought together, energy disappears. And you have to read good old Einstein equation backwards. When mass disappears, you get energy. That's how you get nuclear energy, fission or fusion. But if energy disappears, you have to produce new particles. And you have to accelerate it to several tera-electron volts before they got the Higgs boson. And we contributed all the sextupole, octupole and decapole superconducting corrector magnets, 1,800 of them to this orbit. The charged particle proton is bent by dipole magnet. Then it is corrected by these corrector magnets. And that's ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Our collaborator in the Indian side is the Institute of Plasma Research. Next slide, as you can see, one of the main things that we are contributing is this largest cryostat built in the world, being built by L&T Hazira. Base has already been installed last year. I'm sure other things will happen very fast. Next slide. See, centers of nanoelectronics should come up, part of India's achievement. I remember a meeting which Arun Shauri was chairing. I said that we missed the microelectronics revolution, we shouldn't miss the nanoelectronics. Shauri spoke after me, said if the PSA says we shouldn't miss, I am asking him what is he doing about it. So I told him, give me 100 crores, I'll fund 2 centers of excellence at the best possible places. That was Institute of Science and IIT Bombay, and they have become, as you can see, don't want to go into more details, how many papers have come, projects, and how much of international. Both of them are among the best centers of nanoelectronics in the world. Next. We also have the Indian National Network, which is connecting 1,600 knowledge institutions in the country. It's a research and education network, and it is already connected to the CERN grid, the European Union grid, the Internet 2 grid of the United States, and it's very good for collaboration, both within the country and with outside international. Next one. Cyber security becomes the most important, one of the most important things today. The moment you have data moving from one place to another, it can be hacked. And they are also getting smarter. While the cyber defenders are getting smart. They are also learning to use AI and ML. And of course, there are many institutions working on this. The NTRO, National Technical Research Organization, SETS, under the PSA's office, and NTA, this National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection is part of MIC, designated National Nodal Agency. SETS is working in its frontline field there. It's in Chennai, funded by the PSA's office. Blockchain, quantum cryptography, also post-quantum cryptography. And all these, and we have prepared a report. SETS has prepared a report under the chairmanship of Professor Ravindra Balaraman, IIT Madras, on what we should be doing in this artificial intelligence for cyber security, and also cyber security for artificial intelligence. What's what? Next slide. Data security, very important. I got this slide from a young mathematics professor in IIT Jodhpur, and he tells 3 ways of, and so I requested him for this slide. Encryption we all know, but you can also do fingerprinting and watermarking. And all these are now possible for getting data security. Next slide. See, this is the chain. Research, development, delivery. Research, you create knowledge, develop it, and then you have to deliver it. You want to deliver it to industry, then the development phase has to be strengthened. In case of rural development, the delivery phase has to be strengthened. The academia industry interface, and you have to strengthen. It is specific to each technology. We have created, for example, machine tools. And IIT Madras has created, Professor Ramesh Babu, Mechanical Engineering Department, has made the world's best grinding machine tool. And in rural technology, we have a number of programs on the ROTAG, which is centered in 7 IITs, and is an open platform innovation strategy. It does both technology transfer, what I call what Harvard Business School call knowledge brokering. What the Harvard Business School guys say, all innovations are new, old innovations packaged for a new environment. And we can do that for rural development and of course scaling of innovations. I've been very much interested in this because I've noted that for a person near the poverty line, her quality of life is a very non-linear function of her income. Whereas if I double my salary, my quality of life doesn't change. What changes possibly is my bank account. Next slide. India for Dreams, coming to the end of my talk, is an India which is economically developed, where the Human Development Index is high. An India which is scientifically advanced, with a knowledge economy, with the ability to, there is an ability to generate new knowledge and appropriate knowledge generated anywhere in the world, and an excellent RDI ecosystem. Excellence in basic research, including what I call directed basic research, excellence in applied research, technology development, R&D-led innovation, and of course all this has to be backed by high quality manufacturing skills. We also want an India which is militarily strong. Of course some sections I mentioned in India are already very highly developed. And we should have an appetite for risk taking. Phil Rosenweich, in his book This Idea is Brilliant, edited by John Brockman, says, when it comes to technology breakthroughs or launching new products, better to act and feel than feel to act. If you are afraid of venturing into new technology and want only proven technologies, and proven technologies also are a synonym for obsolete technologies, you will have to learn to take risks. And greedily, if you want to be a leader, and that surely the young people want to be leaders. And Nobel laureate Abhijit Banerjee also says, poor people take up low risk, low return projects because they fear the risk, so they remain poor. The same thing is true for research. And last slide, to be present in the frontiers of science and energy in our FMC activities. Similarly is always there in our activities. But coherence involves, among other things, space-time relationship. Space-time, we develop it at the right time so that India gets maximum benefit out of it. Knowledge economy, which we all want India to be, needs both a technology superstructure. But you can't build the technology superstructure without the foundation of higher education and basic research. And should have, this is what I said before, India should have the ambition to be the first introducer of new technologies, advanced technologies. After, of course, due diligence, take care of their techno-economic viability, assurance about their safety and so on. And it's actually worth repeating what I said before, the so-called proven technologies, unless subjected to continuous evolutionary improvements, are often a synonym for obsolete technology. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Santuniji, I finished.
Thank you very much, sir, for that illuminating address.
Okay.
It was a delight not only to be reminded of the scientific history of our great country,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me know when I can start.
my pleasure.
I have no slide.
Just a minute. See any questions from the web? Thank you again, sir, for that wonderful address. We apologize for the web. It is now my pleasure to introduce Professor Sameer Brahmachari, our next speaker for the day. Professor Brahmachari.
I'm here.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear.
Do I start or what is that? Somebody, I'm not able to get to.
Sir,
Shantanu? Hello?
sir, am I audible?
Right.
Can you hear us?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, you are audible.
What is the program next?
I'm just about to introduce you.
Okay.
We'll start in a minute. Professor Brahmachari is currently an academic professor of the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research.
You are not heard anymore.
So we'll be with you in a minute. We are running into some technical issues. Sorry about that.
Hello? What's happening? Call them. I know what's happening.
Remember, I'm here. I'm able to hear you.
Yeah, sir, I can hear you very well. You are hearing me because you are atomic energy. I'm CSIR. In between, IIT J has a problem, looks like.
No. I think something.
They are supposed to be supplier of all technology for this nation. And you can see you and I are communicating, connecting, listening, and in between there, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, we can all hear you. Hey, this is Ashutosh Sharma.
Ashutosh, you are online also.
I'm online. I'm here to listen to you. And I listen to, of course, Dr. Chidambaram.
So you see, this is we have to give, I always believe, give it to the young people, they will do it correctly.
You mean younger people? We all
Just leave it to the students, 20 years old kids.
we all students.
Yeah. My point is that I continuously believe that if you give it to the 20 years kids, they will solve everything.
Yeah, that's why
Right
do
now,
IITs anyways.
I'm surprised, actually. IIT J having technical problem.
So we apologize for the inconvenience. Am I audible now?
You are audible. You can go ahead.
Thank you for confirming. Really sorry about the inconvenience.
If you come on video, then what happens? We understand you exist. Otherwise, we don't know whether you exist. So you
Moving on with the
remove the
program.
screenshot.
To
Remove
introduce
the
Professor
screenshot.
Brahmachari.
Yes.
He is currently an academic professor of the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. He was the former director of the CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. He has served as the Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and as the Secretary to the Government of India, heading the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. He currently mentors various startups in the areas of genomic diagnostics and digital health. He also serves as the chief mentor of the Open Source Drug Discovery, a CSIR India-led initiative of global participants aimed at developing drugs for neglected tropical diseases. He is the recipient of numerous national and international awards, such as the Shanti Swarup Padmabha Prize, the J.C. Bose Medal of the Indian National Science Academy, the Banga Vibhushan Award, which is the highest civilian award by the government of West Bengal, and the Distinguished Alumnus Award from association with the Indian Institute of Science, to cite a few. He has been awarded several Doctor of Science degrees, honoris causa, by several universities. Joseph Brahmachari is a fellow of the major science academies of India and also a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. He is also a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences and the European Society of Preventive Medicine. Joseph Brahmachari has kindly agreed to share with us today why he is proud to be a player and a spectator of post-independent India's scientific journey. Joseph Brahmachari, the virtual stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. If you can create the screen, I can see Dr. Chidambaram or Ashutosh Sharma, somebody. I'll be very happy. Okay? I don't know whether to thank Shantanu, director IITJ, because he pestered me during my social visit to Calcutta that I have to give this talk. I am also thankful to CGCRI director and the CSR lab from where I am speaking, because I was worried that I may not be able to speak, I'll not have good connectivity from home. But I'm surprised that IITJ had so much technical difficulties. I'm not here to praise Indian science, nor I am here to say how great India was 4,000 years back of civilization. We gave the world a zero. Nor I am going to say and talk about how India solved all the problems of the world, of imagination, of thinking how we could think of a Pushpak Viman or mythological characters giving credit to that. We actually thought of all this. I'm here to tell that in post-independent India, how did it do well? Whether did we do at all? But in my title I've said proud to be a player and a spectator. I'm very proud that I was born in independent India. I have that advantage, and as Dr. Chidambaram mentioned, that when C.V. Raman got his Nobel Prize, he realized that he is not an Indian. So they were all subject of the British Raj. We had extraordinary theoretical scientists. S.N. Bose, then we had Ramanujam, Meghnad Shah, J.C. Bose, and then experimental scientists, P.C. Ray, J.C. Bose. So sometime I felt I wish I was born 50 years before in Bengal, not in 50s in Bengal, because then I would have had wonderful colleagues of these brilliant minds to interact with. And also, imagine the Tagore, the philosophy, Vivekananda, every possible ideological great leaders were there. We also had discovery of malarial parasite by in Calcutta. We had discovery of cholera toxin by S.N. Day. All this happened very early in India, and when we were still not independent. Cholera toxin was little later than that. Now my question is, when a young person asks me, every time I give a talk, young people ask me, sir, why do we have Nobel Prize in India since C.V. Raman? So technically, I'll say the nation was very poor. What to visualize what was India in 1950s. So I'm lucky that although I did not grow up in Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu, South India, but I had the great opportunity of interacting with the institutions, like Professor G.N. Ramachandran, C.N. Rao, several people, M.M. Sharma, Govind Soro, R.M. Mashelkar. So are lots of leaders of Maharashtra and South India who actually made a difference. So I asked myself a question, how could these people, especially GNR or Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, could imagine of building institution or do science of global nature in a country whose life expectancy was 32 in independence, poverty was everywhere. We did not make even a cycle or an alpine. So I think young generation, I divide this country into post-Maruti and pre-Maruti era. So what I want to tell, if you look at India, it was a very poor country in 1950s. To 70s, we became little moderately developing country. By 90s, we became aspirational nation. And by 2022 or 2020, we are as good as anybody else in the world in doing things. Now, question is, did science and technology play a role? And if so, what is that I saw as a spectator? And where I could play my own role in this journey. If you look back historically, Institute of Science was built not by British, but by J.N. Tata, as an unborn child, and that's how it was embarrassing for British to accept to be in science. So science was not a culture promoted by British rule. In 1900 in India, it was Maharaja of Mysore who gave the land, and the money he gave, and British had to match. So you can see Indian Institute of Science could be one of the earliest birth, and then came JCBO, Bose Institute, cultivation, a smaller institution. If you really historically look at, we did not pursue science in pre-independent India as a collective endeavor when world was awakening and doing this in Europe, America, big structures and activities. We were a poor nation. In 1942, as a war effort, the BSIR was born with a meager 10 lakh rupees deposit. So they had an annual expenditure. And it is only in 1947, due to persuasion of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, this was converted into a Council of Scientific Industrial Research when BSIR was dissolved. I had the privilege of reading early documents of how it was imagined and what was done. So sometime I realized when somebody asked me why there was Nobel Prize, I said the first priority was the nation needed to do something for the people of the country. So entire institutions, even the institute I'm sitting today, Glass and Ceramic, were built with a purpose. We had to import porcelain, toilet, sink, everything. How do we make ourselves? So whether it was National Metallurgical Laboratory, National Chemical Laboratory, Glass and Ceramic Laboratory, all these institutions, the first 14 were built by Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar in a small period of about 9 years, in an extraordinary speed, which are linked to the industry in the beginning. So Indian science, when I look at the best mind of our students who came in 50s, there was a pride to do science. I'm sure Dr. Chidambaram will agree with me. The clarion call of the nation to bring young people to do science not only allowed some Indians to go abroad, 1,000 Indians to go abroad, learn, practice science and come back, plus also people came back. And these are the best minds of India. They were asked to build this nation. And these are the people who built the institutions which are the present where our young generation have grown, and I'm also privileged to be part of that. So therefore, salute to those who took challenge to bring food to the baby food to every child of this. How did we happen? Just imagine, we have got independent. We have to start our election process. And the Nehru realizes that we have to import the ink to do the voting process. He goes to NPL and asks, can we do it? And within short period, the indelible ink was developed. And many of you will be surprised that even today, CSIR earns royalty out of that indelible ink because many countries, democratic countries, uses this today. Even COVID time, this was used to know to give quarantine, who has to go to quarantine. So you can see, then comes, we had the buffaloes milk. We had a lot more buffaloes than cow. The world wanted us to import milk powder from Sweden and other places. Again, the government approached CFTRI and I think Dr. Subramanian, and they said, can we, it's a high-fat milk, can we make milk powder using this high-fat milk? You have to imagine, there were no refrigerators in most of nobody's home. So therefore, a fresh milk reaching to the children were very difficult. So therefore, it is CFTRI who brought out early days to create milk powder that became the famous Amul milk powder. Because it was like a different technology when you handle high-fat milk. What I'm trying to say, in 50s, nation's focus to use his best mind not to make a discovery, but to find solutions to the problem that were challenging. So let's, then we start building institutions. We built IITs in 56, 57, 60, and each IIT was built with a hope that these are the people who are gifted, who will be lifted, and that they will lift the rest. If you know about MIT, I'm addressing some of the, I hope some of the students of IITs are listening to me. You know, I have gone to MIT. The Route 128 of MIT is created, it's like if you take Route 128 of MIT, around the technologies that has come out of MIT, the industries that has grown, its GDP may be larger than some countries. So how come when I go to IIT Kanpur or IIT Kharagpur, that roads around, people are so poor? When 50,000 students over years have gone up and down to the railway station, why they haven't solved it? So therefore, our premise that we will lift the gifted and gifted will lift the rest, this did not happen. So our first model failed, that we focused on institutions to build very ivory towers and institutions which actually got disconnected from the what nation needs. So we were not lucky. But then what happened? Then came 70s. I'm sure many of you were not born, but some of the faculties were born by 70 who are there listening to me. With Bangladesh war, till that time we were getting PL 480 wheat, and we were depending on American PL 480 things. So the wheat will come and then hungry Indians will get food. We were still poor. We had to stand in the queue for kerosene. We didn't have enough milk until the Korean made a difference and we became the milk surplus. So you can see we were focused, institutions and individuals were focused to solve the problems. It's like a lower middle class nation who cannot have a larger aspiration of doing science. Same time, you have Govind Swarup sitting in TIFR, is dreaming of building the largest radio telescopes in the world. Amazing. When I read this book on Life Matters, this book Space, Life Matter, I actually get surprised that how this imagination of scientists like Govind Swarup could actually think and dream. Imagine Vikram Sarabhai thinking about India will be a space power. He hasn't seen it happen, but it has happened. So it is important today not to be bogged down by what we don't have, but what we can have. The aspiration and imagination was never bogged down by the economic status of this nation or the people. But the best mind has to work on it. Now, if you look at 1958 first policy, science policy, it clearly states that scientists are the nation's asset. And by making scientists the nation's asset, like as known, I can tell you, I used to tell Dr. Bhargava that those days, if you go to Times of India matrimonial in 60s, you will see their requirement that says Indian Foreign Service for scientists. You know why? A good boy is a potential foreign service and scientist, because that time dollar had high value. The scientists were the only other people than Indian Foreign Service who could actually go abroad and bring some dollars, because if you have dollar, you can buy a Bajaj Chetak scooter, you can get a gas out of line, you can get a telephone number, all these things, materialistic things you could get. So scientists were of high value. In 70s, the nation was faced with, one side Pokhran, another side we demonstrated our strength, and second time we just went to war and liberated Bangladesh. So we had a severe sanction from US, PL 480 was withdrawn, and the Nature wrote that 10 million Indians will go hungry, and front page, and then Mrs. Gandhi called scientist. So again, you can see the leadership is an important component. So scientists cannot do all by itself. Then the leadership has to have a faith. And the relationship between Nehru and the Bhatnagar created so many institutions. This demand on scientists that we have to do some problem solving, we have to produce the food surplus. 5 years later, so it is the role of Swaminathan and team, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, that played a role. And we became, in 5 years later, the same nature rights from begging bowl to bread basket. Now, what did CSIR do? That time we didn't have tractors. We were importing tractors. So CMNI Durgapur was asked to build tractors, and that built the tractor, which was called Swaraj. So Mrs. Again, this name was given because it was told that we got freedom from hunger. And this freedom from hunger, the real Swaraj, not the 1947 independence alone. Same time, we needed pesticides. We needed catalysts to produce things, and NCL was producing those. So if there was a glass barrier, the world was controlling catalysts. Nobody can break through. But then National Chemical Laboratory, CSIR, came up. So what I'm trying to say, in 70s, we were denied supercomputer. I'm sure Chidambaram will remember. IBM went away. When IBM went away, we asked Coca-Cola to go. Then CFTI came with thumbs up. So we have always been trying to solve problems. And that's how the Param, that's how the flow solver, all these computers were built. And they actually allowed our space program, atomic energy program, and even atomic energy supercomputer, I think in Hyderabad I've forgotten. All this actually allowed what you enjoy today when you watch an IPL. The transponders have gone up. We feel secured because we are able to communicate. We can handle tsunami. We can handle typhoon. So you can see the Indian science, post-independent, till 90 was busy solving problems. It is like elder brother of a family which parents are very poor. He cannot have aspiration, and his job and role will be to see how the entire family can be protected, he can be the breadwinner, and that is what Indian science did post-independence, first 40, 50, 40 years. As I said, I wish our IITs created human resource, and we gave about $1 trillion of human resource to the United States and created Silicon Valley's support system. We are glad that people like Shantanu are in this country. We have several people like Ashutosh Sharma is in this country, many people who are in this country, and that's what I say, 10% of those people, including Narayan Murthy's of India, who made what it is today. So we actually worked with a 10% of our strength. I often call Indian science is an outcome of a toned milk where the cream has been given away to Silicon Valley. Now, still you can make good yogurt on toned milk. You can still make a good lassi, and still you can make a good ice cream. So therefore, my story is, as I was not lucky to have those associations of the great scientists of the past, but I was very lucky to land up in G.N. Ramachandran's laboratory in 70s. When I met him, I had very little idea how big his contribution was. I again going back and imagine 1950s, here is a young man of 29 years old who was a student of C.V. Raman, goes to Madras, and he wants to solve a structure. What is the situation? We have the college the alpha helix of hair structure has been solved, the fibrous protein. The double helix of the DNA has been solved, and he is looking for a problem, and he took up the largest protein in the body called collagen, his triple helical structure. What an audacity that you have to build a Raddenhouse generator. You have to build a generator yourself. Look at compare with the Francis Crick and Watson. They had the Rosalind Franklin, already the X-ray from Bragg's laboratory. They had already Chargaff's principle. So based on this, but G.N. Ramachandran had nothing. He had depended on CSIR to get a red tandem collagen and could take a diffraction, which is very poor. I was lucky to work on them subsequently. And then he could predict every third residue has to be glycine from pure composition, and the triple helical structure was modeled. Look at the courage and imagination. Take the inspiration. I tell to the young people, look at this and take that. So I got that inspiration that nothing is a problem if you have courage to challenge problems and pick up science. So I was lucky that I was given a research problem to solve how hydroxyproline stabilizes collagen, and I was very glad to say I could figure out during my PhD that how actually hydroxyproline, why scurvy disease happens, and why hydroxylation of proline is important in collagen, and how it imparts triple helical stability. I take this pride to say to young generation that in 70s, we could do that science and publish this paper in Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences. So you know, there is nothing that you cannot do if you do not aspire. So I saw Shishekharan, I'm sure Chidambaram will recall, his courage to challenge the double helical structure of right-handed helix, can it be left-handed? Yes, Alex Risch brought out a crystal structure left-handed. So the courage to challenge the established paradigm and then take it up and see whether you can create novelty in the work is what I learned as a spectator and as a small player. GNR's discoveries of triple helical structure of collagen led to the discovery of Phi-Psi map, which became the hallmark, even today it's the hallmark of a protein crystal structure solution. I always wondered, what was the difference between Francis Crick and Watson versus G.N. Ramachandran and Shishekharan? So I realized that Francis Crick and Watson were sitting in Cambridge surrounded by biologists. G.N. Ramachandran and Shishekharan were sitting in Madras, then in Bangalore, not necessarily surrounded by colleagues and friends of biology. So if you read the paper of Nature, Francis Crick says, it has not escaped our notice the structure of double helical structure of DNA will explain hereditary and genetic transformation. Whereas G. N. Ramachandran did not say, it has not escaped our notice, that if every third residue of collagen, one glycine is replaced by another amino acid, there will be a genetic disorder. It's only Janisch did the transgenic mice and demonstrated that a single mutation in one glycine residue will completely destroy the structure of collagen. So therefore, I learned it is important to work with the biologists while you are a structural biology or physicist, and you have to learn and eventually learn to work with geneticists. Now, so I had the privilege of working in a poor country in 70s, then developing countries in 90s. So the question became, if you look at the DNA structure, you realize in Francis Crick in 1980 told, and Crick and Orgel wrote a Nature paper and said that the all repetitive DNA are junk, and junk DNA has no function, and junk DNA, any effort to identify function of the junk DNA is not only futile but intellectually sterile. I was a young faculty at Molecular Biophysics Unit. I read this paper. I was working on polypeptides and repetitive DNA structure, and I believe that the structural variability of DNA on a sequence-dependent fashion, as proposed by Sheshekharan, can only be experimentally proved if one works on those regions of the genome, both synthetic and natural. So what did I think? I thought, if this is true, if Francis Crick and Orgel is true, then it's okay. I tried to work on it and didn't work. But if they're not true, then I will be breaking grounds and we can create a new field. And I'm glad to say that a large many years of work, 20 years of work, why 20, 30 years of work with Dr. Mitali Mukherjee has written down in an article that which our work on repetitive DNA actually led to the development of genetic tests, neurological disorder, and in 90s, we realized that repetitive DNA instability causes both cancer as well as repetitive DNA expansion could cause to neurological disorder. And I'm very proud to say this work was taken from Indian Institute of Science all the way to Center for Biochemical Technology, which is known today as Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. So what did I say? That you don't have to be bogged down just because the most talented person. So in 80s, I heard Sidney Brenner, and Sidney Brenner in his talk said the same thing, that don't get bogged down by a tall person saying something. He said even Francis Crick could not predict splicing. He said even in front of Francis Crick, he was telling that even Francis Crick could not predict splicing. So therefore, you have never ever accept what is the dogma in biology, continue to go ahead and do. So I recall today Partha Majumdar is there. So can we do ordinary scientists to do extraordinary science? And my learning is from ISRO. If ISRO do not have large number of IITs or brilliant MIT scientists, but large number of Indian engineers and scientists who have done extraordinary job. And I'm sure if you have seen the movie Mangalyaan, you will understand that what extraordinary job was done by space scientists to send and utilize the gravitational forces between the Earth and the Mars. So, you know, this sort of brilliant science is not for, was not, what I meant until 90s, we were struggling to do science with limited resource, solving our problems. 90s India became liberal and we opened up economy, and it's my perception, maybe right, may not be wrong, maybe wrong, that the best mind of India suddenly realized that we should move to do things where we can earn more money. And it took away the India's success in information technology, also took away large number of scientists, engineers who could have become a PhD and all away. So my learning from CSIR I could see the number of people who retired as who were IIT doctorate and CSI scientists retiring. We did not get IIT doctorate coming in. I can tell you, Gagan Pratap, JEE topper, did PhD in aerospace. But we didn't get a JEE topper to come. Only JEE topper we have is Anurag Agarwal in Indian Science, who is a CBSE topper. So we actually lost best of our scientists' potential. Who could have fetched Nobel Prize in 90s to 2005 when when the infrastructure started better, when the investment was better, when leadership of Chidambaram, so many people made sure that a lot more money comes to the system. C.N.R. Rao made sure. So therefore, this is a dichotomy. We suddenly got a lot of resources, we got computers, we got everything, open economy, we could import chemicals, everything happened, but suddenly we lost our best mind not coming to science. So this brought me to 2005. 2005, we created large number of ISRs, and there was a huge expansion of IIT system, and my belief, this attracted a very strong, brilliant students. So, by the time I moved to Delhi and became aspirational to build genomics in this country, again I'll show you an example. I think Dr. Chidambaram will recall, India made the first color black and white television in C.D. Pilani, and ECL was the one who manufactured and put it into Prime Minister's office. I looked at the note, that the Planning Commission note, it said there were proposals to make color television, and the idea was there is no future for color television in India, nobody will buy, so we did not pursue. So, but today every home has a color television and made in Korea or Japan or in China. So our policy failure leads to scientist aspirational fall, and scientist gives up and goes away from the system. Same thing happened in solar energy. In 1970s, NPL was holding more patent in solar energy than many, many developed world. Unfortunately, we did not think the solar energy will be important, and it was not pursued. In 1995, genomics was in there. I was very fortunate to get a part of the, I saw in 85, I was in Charles Cantor's laboratory in the summer, and there the genomics was born. I could, why Charles Lazy called them and to figure it out what genomics will be the future. I was shocked to see how people were dreaming of a project of a $3 billion, when we could do hardly 200 nucleotides of DNA sequencing. We're talking about 3 billion nucleotide sequencing. This imagination was so large. I saw Andrei Mirzabekov thinking of a chip of hexanucleotide, which will actually solve the sequencing. I saw Edward Southern printing oligonucleotide on glass slides. I saw Charles Cantor as a head of DOE, a genomics project. So I was very fortunate that I came across these brilliant people in late 80s. And I was elected to Hugo in 1990. I was very fortunate that Hugo decided that genome should not become a proprietary and lead to a Cold War, and the information should be shared. So they elected people across the world, and if I recall correct, me and Dr. Notani were the first two Indians were inducted into Hugo elected. I was lucky because Andrei Mirzabekov of Russia became, and the Charles Cantor of America were the vice presidents of the Russia and America, and both were very closely, I was interacting with them. As a result, I was elected. I had the privilege of the information flow. There was no gene bank, there was no internet data like this, so we used to have newsletters. So why I am saying this, in 1995, I was dreaming of genomics in India. I could visualize that the genomics play a big role in 20 years down the road. Unfortunately, at the Institute of Science, when we made a proposal for 9th plan to build a genomic center, many scientists felt that this is a technical thing, it it has no future. So I had only 2 votes out of 54 vote, and the idea was dropped. But I didn't want to drop that idea. I believed, I actually got a job in Max Planck, Göttingen. I could have run away, but I thought, what will my grandchildren think? That you knew 20 years later genomics would be important for the nation, and you went away. So I decided to shift from beautiful, salubrious weather of Bangalore to hostile weather of Delhi and take a small institute called Center for Biochemical Technology and to build the Institute of Genomics, what you know today, integrative biology. It would not have happened if Indian trained Mitali Mukherjee, Debashish Das, Beena Pillai would not have joined CBT. They joined with a belief that India can do it. None of them went abroad. None of them were trained to, they've never seen those machines that we brought. We imagined that there'll be robots, there'll be machines, there'll be large number of sequencers. And we were lucky that Department of Biotechnology, Manju Sharma, believed in us and actually supported us. And Dr. Mashelkar has the confidence to let a small institute of CBT undertake this courageous journey to build Institute of Genomics. And today you all know, in the post-pandemic era, how that institute has done. When in 200 days, the Feluda Diagnostics and MD-Check, Tata MD-Check was developed, some people say, wow. I said, yes. It was a story. A Picasso was sitting in a cafe. A small girl came and asked, can you sketch my face? So Picasso said, okay. He sketched something in 3 minutes and gave her. And then girl said, can I have it? He said, 1 million francs, 1 million francs. He said, 1 million francs for this 3 minutes work? He said, yes. But behind is my 70 years of experience. So it is 20 years of effort to build genomics at IGIB is actually paid off 200 days of developing diagnostics or to do genomic surveillance, sequencing, everything to do, provide India, whether it is the Omicron or Deltacron or Alpha, BA, B2, all these exercises is exactly. So, I always believed that we can't actually kills more dreams than anything else. It can't be done. So India cannot do it. So I tell to the young people, just don't listen to the old people. Don't listen to anybody who tells you that it cannot be done. 34 unicorns have been formed this year from startup. Who believed it when government announced that we will be a startup nation? Stand-up nation, startup nation. Everybody made ridicule. I've seen television making fun. Okay, so look at it, what we have done wonders. So therefore, don't listen to anybody say that you cannot do it. I am telling this for the young people. Then what happened, I'm sure Partha will recall, we wanted to build the genetic landscape of India. Partha and I sitting in Calcutta, we had a bet. Can we do it in 5 years? He said it's impossible in this country. But I'm glad that I own that bet. And with 158 co-authored paper, 2 papers, with 24 PI, we actually built the genetic landscape of India, the first nation to build a complete comprehensive map. I'm sure Partha in his talk maybe mentioned some of this work. What is interesting is, if you go to Calcutta Museum, an anthropology department, the last panel, it actually shows that paper which was published in Journal of Genetics, because it was not accepted in India. Last minute Nature Genetics rejected it. So we published in Indian Journal of Genetics, in the academic journal. So what? It has been more cited than any papers, I think, published in that journal. So therefore, I believe it is Indian science has come of age in 2005. It is the young generation, YSAT students, new generation of IIT students who believe that they can make a difference. So those unicorns has come of those 90s, those who could have become scientists but decided to become engineers, IT, entrepreneur make money, and then eventually they're making unicorns. So it is 2005 ISAR students. Last 20 years, 15 years, the students that we produce, they are the future. This is where we have invested money on the best mind, giving them best facilities and best people who actually can fetch international recognition, solve big national problems while solving big global problems. So, in 2007, I realized that the entire healthcare sector is actually controlled by large pharmaceutical industries. You know, I don't know how many of you realize that India is the pharmacy of the world. Today, I'm sure when the vaccine came, you have seen how much criticism happened for Covaxin because it is indigenously developed. But now we all know that Covaxin gets a very good protection even with the variation, and that's why I took Covaxin and not any other vaccine. But people were saying, oh, we should get Pfizer vaccine. So, you know, it is Indian scientists itself, leaders, actually do not support Indian science. So therefore, I will say to Indian scientists and young scientists, just don't listen to them. This incident happened in 2007 when I came up with the idea that we should do open source drug discovery. Otherwise, nobody is going to put money for $300 million TB drug or any drug, and we should go open source. Now, where did I learn this? Look at the open source Linux as created today. Large all supercomputers of the 95% of the world, supercomputers run on open source Linux. So therefore, it is not that you cannot do business, but it creates an opportunity of crowdsourcing scientific knowledge, sharing it, and eventually collectively solve problems. So open source drug discovery, when it started, 2007, everybody said it will not work, it's not going to work. But one person, when it was published in Wall Street Journal, a talk of mine, Dr. William Hasseltine sent me a mail and said, wow, what a brilliant idea. He is a Harvard professor, he's the richest molecular biologist of the world who made lots of money. So when he wrote the mail, I was sure that I'm not going to be wrong. And today I'm very proud to say that it became the world's largest crowdsource platform. It created a movement of open source, and there are so many open source programs initiated. It brought young generation of students interested in science. It created a new model of education and training. And if you look at today, even Bill Gates, after 10 years, says that open source model is the only way academia can do. He tweeted it. I'm sure Mashelkar retweeted and said, when you know, India thought about it, SKB thought about it, everybody said it will not work. So today, if you look at COVID pandemic, in 2020, whole world realized the power of open source, power of sharing. We got our vaccines developed within such a short period. Diagnostics developed, sequences were shared, data was shared. By Nature, Lancet, everybody opened up their portals to share. Any COVID data was shared. Nobody had to buy a journal to access to those data. So open source drug discovery, what was looked to be absurd, actually today is a reality. So I still say, I'm very glad that I had G.N. Ramachandran, Shashi Shekharan as a model who believed that you can challenge paradigms and keep doing world-class science. And I'm very lucky that the system provided me the opportunity, because by the time I became Director General CSIR, the OSDD was approved. So it was very easy for me to initiate and execute it. I don't know if there was somebody else as the Director General, whether I would have got the approval to get it done, but I can tell you it still would have happened. So the difference is, original sanction we had about 500 crore of Chidambaram, but I was so nervous that as a DG CSIR, if I put that much money, so we decided to spend only 50 crores, and the result that we have got is global. And there was a study implemented by WHO, and Professor So asked me, can you said, I'll not mention the money. If I mention the whole thing has been done in $12 million, then we'll have a serious problem of getting research grant in the United States. So therefore, it is possible. So I was lucky to grow and see that how giants played their games. I'm sure Virat Kohli saw Sachin Tendulkar. Sachin Tendulkar saw Sunil Gavaskar. I was lucky to see those talents and I could play small role. So where is the next we go? Ashutosh Sharma is talking about the future in the present. I think future is very bright. What we should do and what we should do is hand over the baton to the younger generation. We have created a lot of startups, but our academia is not connected to them. We will have a lot of startups get created which will solve social problems. I call CSIR 800, with problems for 800 million Indians that we need to be solving. I think government has created lots of opportunity in agrotech, AI application, drone application. So all this has a great future. Application of artificial intelligence and digital healthcare is going to be the great future. Why I'm saying this? Because India provides a great access to 1 billion people's healthcare. With $6 billion of government expenditure and $30 billion from pocket, $36 billion, you cannot solve $1.3 billion healthcare problem. So therefore, we cannot go Western way. Our healthcare problem has to be solved in an indigenous way. So we need to create innovative solutions. We need to take up integrated healthcare so that we actually go into preventive care and wellness rather than only curative care. So therefore, P4 medicine with health continuum and convergence of traditional medicine and knowledge, making food as a healthcare substitute. You replace the drugs and pharmaceutical. You know, I tell this, go back and see how Dr. Rama Rao and Hamid had a collaboration to bring down the AIDS drugs price. You know, we didn't have antibiotics in 70s. We had to import. Today, we are the largest producer of antibiotics and all medicines, generic medicines. So it was the absolute fabulous collaboration between IICT scientists, CDRI, NSCL, along with CIPLAs and Hamids and the world to make a difference. The way Serum Institute has done. I was very proud to say that my student from University of Science, who is R&D head in Serum Institute, was in the frontier to make the vaccine production. So one is to be, so I see, whereas the one young boy who worked with me in Mohali, ISAR, is working at Oxford on the upstream part of the vaccine, very early days. So these students of ISARs, when they are back in India, as they are coming back, and the facilities that we have created, the facilities that under the leadership of our scientific advisors and government has produced, and people like this DGCSIR and the Secretary DST like Ashutosh Sharma, who has done things, Ramaswamy, several of them, I think will have a large impact. I think we can start expecting science of world class by 2030, and then hopefully, I don't know whether we'll be alive to see a science that goes recognized. But we don't have to worry about recognition of the West. As long as we can bring innovative solutions for the millions of Indians. I would be happy to see a proud Indian scientist and say, there is no poverty in this country. We have, through science and technology, I want Jodhpur IIT to make the roads around no poverty. If Jodhpur can take a decision that we will give solutions that Rajasthan will have no poverty, we'll bring the neighboring states no poverty. Each IIT takes the oath, the students take the oath, that we will make sure our technology and knowledge will make a difference for the millions and 1 billion people of the nation. With this hope, I want to say 28th February, let's celebrate and say, let these young people of India make a difference for the billion of this nation. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the audience to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir, for that inspiring and insightful talk. I'm sure that our audience will now appreciate the Indian science and scientists for the problem that they have solved in post-independent India. I'm sure that our students will take forward your vision and learnings as a player and spectator to challenge existing paradigms in science. Thank you very much. As we're running short of time, we move on to our next speaker for today, Professor Partha Majumdar, distinguished professor and founder of the National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, and also an emeritus professor at the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Professor Majumdar is an expert in the development of statistical models and methods to understand the genetic basis of human disease. He is a J.C. Bose National Fellow and a Fellow of the major science academies of India. He has also had the honor of serving as the President of the Indian Academy of Sciences as well as the West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology in the past. Professor Majumdar is a recipient of several awards and honors, including the World Academy of Sciences Biology Prize, the New Millennium Science Medal, and the Centenary Medal for Excellence, to name a few. He has also had the honor of being elected as a member of and rendering services to various national and international societies and bodies, such as the Human Genome Organization, the International Statistical Institute, the Global Alliance for Global Health, and the International Cancer Genome Consortium. Professor Majumdar has kindly agreed to talk to us today on celebrating human diversity in India, a legacy of Prashanta Chandra Mahalanobis. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaudhary. It's really an honor for me to be called upon to deliver this talk at IIT Jodhpur on the National Science Day. I've been listening to the talks by Professor Chidambaram and Professor Brahmachari. I would not have such a broad sweep of science and technology post-independence and pre-independence as well. But I'm going to be extremely focused on a particular domain of science where I have made some contributions, and I will chart the history of that particular domain and inform all of us what may have been the impacts of that kind of work on our understanding of India and the population of India. I do have slides, so I'm going to share my screen and let me see. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
I'm trying to make it full screen, but yeah. So I've titled my talk as Celebrating Human Diversity in India, and I'm going to chart the legacy of Prashanta Chandra Mahalanobis through this talk. The first point that I want to make is that we are talking about diversity, and diversity essentially means differences. The diversity would not exist if there were no differences, and I'm going to talk about human diversity, so I'm talking about differences among human individuals. The fact is that when we talk about diversity, human diversity, it really belongs to us. Sometimes we view diversity as though it's alien to us, but that's not true at all. It belongs to us, and we must learn to appreciate and share diversity primarily because it helps unite and educate us. if we understand what diversity is, what we can learn from others, and we can actually improve ourselves, and that's one reason why we should celebrate diversity. The second reason is that understanding people and their backgrounds is crucial to personal and community growth. And there is cooperation builds, respect builds towards other people, other communities, etc. And therefore, lack of understanding does not promote this growth, and therefore it is important for us to understand and to celebrate. Today is a chance to find out more about what we have in common rather than what separates us. Oftentimes we try and think what separates us, and that's a reason for a lot of strife. But if we try to find commonalities in the midst of all of these diversity that we have, that really helps in both personal and community growth, and also promotes peace and harmony among communities and among individuals. So that's the reason why we should celebrate. This is my explanation as to why we should celebrate diversity. I'm sure that other people will have other kinds of explanations as well. The whole idea of studying diversity actually stemmed, or studying diversity systematically, stemmed from this person who actually established the Indian Statistical Institute, and also is the father of statistical sciences in India. He was a firm believer that scientific and rational views lay the foundations of modern age. Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis was of course preceded by a Britisher whose name was Herbert Risley. Risley actually made a lot of measurements of people of India, but that was primarily from the point of view of quantification, and it was very descriptive in nature. Risley actually did not set out to answer specific questions, which Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis did, of course not alone, in collaboration with a very famous anthropologist whose name was D.N. Majumdar, and I'll come to that in a minute. The Indian Statistical Institute also has as its motto unity in diversity. And for those of us like me who grew up in the Indian Statistical Institute, we are a firm believer that in diversity there is unity, and therefore we try to look at common threads. We try to find unifying heritage in the midst of all of this diversity. And that's essentially what I'm going to impress upon you. It's also interesting, in view of what Professor Chidambaram has said and what Professor Brahmachari has said. This is something that's not known, that the Indian Statistical Institute, when the Indian Statistical Institute was set up in 1931, there was no Institute of Statistics in the world. Well, there was in England. There was no Statistical Institute in the United States of America. The Indian Statistical Institute was adopted as a model for the first Institute of Statistics that was established in the US at the Research Triangle Park by Mary Cox. And this is a matter of great pride, not just for Indian Statistical Institute and P.C. Mahalanobis, but also for all of India, and this is not very well known, so I thought that given what Professor Brahmachari and Professor Chidambaram have said, I think this is something that's significant, and we need to also be proud of the fact that the Indian Statistical Institute was adopted as a model in a developed country like the United States. Just to tell you a little bit about Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis and how he got into all of these diversity kinds of activities, and how he set up the Indian Statistical Institute, because I've been told that today we also need to look at legacy and look at legacy of our scientists. So I'm just concentrating on one scientist, P.C. Mahalanobis. In 1912, he passed BSc with honors in physics from Presidency College in Calcutta and left for England to study at the King's College, Cambridge. He got his tripos there and returned home for a short vacation and never went back. Of course, the reason that he never went back was because the war intervened and he was unable to go back. At that time, he was asked to teach physics at Presidency College, and he was indeed a physicist by training. He became a professor of physics at Presidency College in 1922 and served until 1948. Just before he was leaving Cambridge and boarding the ship, his tutor in King's College, Macaulay, drew his attention to this journal called Biometrica. Biometrica was then the journal, is the first journal in statistics, and of course statistics grew out of these various kinds of biometrical measurements that people had done. And one of the foremost people who had systematically did biometrical measurements on humans and other animals and plants was Carl Pearson. And Carl Pearson's name I highlight primarily because his name will come up again during my talk. Mahalanobis found some of the papers when the colleague gave him one volume of Biometrica. He found some of the papers in Biometrica in the journal rather interesting, and he bought a whole set of volumes on his long ship trip sail to back to India, and he bought this entire set of volumes of Biometrica that was available and studied all of the papers during his long voyage. He formed the statistical laboratory in Presidency College that was to eventually be established in 1931 as the Indian Statistical Institute, and that's a picture of the Indian Statistical Institute. When he joined the Calcutta University, there was a Department of Philosophy, there still is. There's a Department of Philosophy, and Acharya Rajendranath Seal was the head of the Department of Philosophy. Acharya Seal was a polymath. He had a very broad vision. He knew a lot of subjects. And one of the things that he told Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis is that Prashanti, you have to do work in India similar to what Carl Pearson has done in England. I found this note in the archives of P.C. Mahalanobis, and this is really a translation. The note was actually written in Bengali by Rajendranath Seal to Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis. So Rajendranath Seal was already aware of Carl Pearson and his work in England. And again, to remind you, Carl Pearson was the first editor of the journal Biometrica. In 1920, Mahalanobis went to the Indian Science Congress that was held in Nagpur, and there he met Nelson Annandale. That was to change his life forever, Mahalanobis' life forever. Nelson Annandale was the director of the Zoological and Anthropological Survey of India. One of the things that during the discussion that they had in the Indian Science Congress, they tried to figure out the Anglo-Indians, which were really meetings between the native Indians and the Britishers. Were they closer to the Britishers? Were they more similar to the Indians, and so on and so forth? So they thought of some interesting kinds of questions on the Anglo-Indians, and Mahalanobis set out to answer those questions by measuring physical dimensions of the Anglo-Indians of Calcutta, and it was a series of papers that were published in the records of the Indian Museum. If not for anything else, this laid the seeds of the growth of statistical science in India. It did not, I don't believe that these studies on Anglo-Indians really impacted very much on later human genome diversity studies, but it did lay the foundations of statistical science, and it also brought to the fore some questions that were later asked during the genome diversity studies and other diversity studies, human diversity studies in India. In 1925, Mahalanobis, a statistician, was invited to deliver the presidential address in the anthropology section of the Indian Science Congress. And he titled his lecture as Analysis of Race Mixture in Bengal. And he, of course, based this very much on the studies that he had done among the Anglo-Indians. And the kind of questions that he asked, and this is just a sampling of 2 questions, do the Anglo-Indians show greater affinity with the higher castes of Bengal or with the lower castes? In other words, did the meetings take place between the higher caste populations with the Britishers or the lower caste populations? That would show the affinity, measurement of affinity would provide an answer to this question. Is there any appreciable similarity with the aboriginal tribes of the Anglo-Indians with the aboriginal tribes? When he was thinking about these problems, and I'm not going to give you in detail what the answers to these questions were, or the kind of answers that they came up with, the important part is that when we talk about these words, affinity, distance, similarity, and so on and so forth, at that time there were no measures there were no statistics of measuring distance between members of two populations. In other words, you could not, based on observations of members of population groups, you couldn't actually quantify the distance between these two populations. You needed a measure of distance. And this measure of distance, because they were talking about anthropometric measurements, this measure of distance had to be based on anthropometric measurements. At that time, time, Mahalanobis was aware that Carl Pearson was thinking along the same lines, and he was studying various kinds of races in Europe, and he had constructed a coefficient of racial likeness and had applied that to skull dimensions of various fossils found in Burma and elsewhere. This paper was also published in Biometrica, but Mahalanobis came to a realization when he looked at the structure, the mathematical structure of the coefficient of racial likeness. At the same time, he was doing these studies on Anglo-Indians of Calcutta, and he says, I soon realized that Carl Pearson's C-squared, which is the coefficient of racial likeness, was properly a test of divergence between two samples rather than a measure of actual magnitude of divergence. This really means that, let me explain this in 30 seconds, this really means that if you have two samples of individuals from two population groups, what the coefficient of racial likeness did was to look at the divergence between these two sets of samples. It was not an estimator of the true unknown distance between the two population groups. For a true unknown, for a proper estimate of the true unknown distance, it needed to be independent of the sample size. It could not, the measure could not depend on the sample size, and that was the major problem with the coefficient of racial likeness. So this is exactly what I said. The magnitude of C-squared depends on the size of the samples, and a proper estimate should be independent of the sample size. Mahalanobis wanted to study this better, also wanted to discuss with Carl Pearson before he started thinking afresh about measurement of distance between population groups. So he went back to England in 1926-27 and spent about 6 months in Carl Pearson's laboratory at the University College in London. And he soon realized that it was really a test of divergence and was not an actual measure of the magnitude of divergence, and because it was dependent on the sample size. So he thought of his own measure, and I'm not going to give you the equations to these measures that he or the CRL, the actual mathematical formula, but Mahalanobis thought of, and he called that as the first provisional measure of task distance, and he called that as D, and he proposed that in Analysis of Race Mixture in Bengal, and this was the title of his talk in the Indian Science Congress Anthropology section in 1925. He realized that a large body of experimental data, anthropometric data, were available on various European populations, and one of the things that he realized was that on each individual you're taking a multidimensional vector of observations on various anthropometric measurements, body dimensions of each individual. And what CRL, the coefficient of racial likeness, was doing is that it was not taking correlations of body measurements into account. In other words, your length of the total length of the leg is correlated with the length of the femur, and therefore these correlations needed to be taken into account, and you couldn't treat those observations as independent observations on the same individual, and the coefficient of racial likeness was not taking that into account. So Mahalanobis thought about that and devised a measure, and that measure was called, he initially called it D, later it was refined and it was published in the Asiatic Society of Bengal, called Tests and Measures of Group Divergence. And this particular formulation of the D-squared statistic, and he derived many properties of the D-squared statistic and applied them in various situations, and those are undoubtedly the most profound contributions of Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis. He, like I said, was the father of statistical science in India. He made many seminal contributions to statistical science, but this was undoubtedly his most profound contribution, and this is globally acclaimed. You don't really have to have, you're measuring in this context, you're measuring distance between two human population groups, but you could also measure the distance between, let's say, two sets of screws produced by two separate machines. And if you wanted to measure the distance on each screw, then you would measure the diameter, maybe the length of the spirals, and so on and so forth. And based on a series of measurements, you could actually measure the distance between two inanimate objects. So this is not the D-squared measure can be applied on any multidimensional vector of observations on any unit that you want to think about, whether it's human individual, kangaroos, screws, whatever, what have you. So it's very, very widely used, and this has been a very profound contribution of Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis. While he was doing it, I said Mahalanobis met with Nelson Anandale, and later he also met D.N. Majumdar, who was an anthropologist, and they undertook an anthropological survey of the United Provinces, the then United Provinces in late 1930s was Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and that particular area was called United Provinces, and they undertook a statistical study of the provinces, and they came up with various kinds of statistical methods in order to depict multidimensional observations on a two-dimensional plane. Many of you are absolutely familiar with principal components analysis. So this is a forerunner of the principal components analysis that Mahalanobis had thought about, perpendicular ordinates and of correlated measurements, and therefore you needed some mathematical transformation, and those were thought through, and they were later defined as principal components. So in the UP Anthropometric Survey, they chose a series of populations: 2 Brahmin groups, 4 artisan groups, 8 tribal groups, and some groups that were historically or anthropologically known to be due to hybridization of Brahmin groups with artisan groups, and or between artisan groups and tribal groups such as the Chamar, the lower caste Chamar, and a whole set of populations whose anthropological history had not been inferred. So the question that they ask is, in these cases, in some cases, we know the anthropological history. Are they borne out by physical dimensions, by a study of the physical dimensions of samples of individuals from these population groups, etc.? So what they found, or is there a correspondence between body dimensions and the social hierarchy that these population groups enjoy? They did find that among some of the groups that form the main sequence of populations, there is close correspondence between social status and resemblance to the Brahmins occupying the highest tier in the caste hierarchy. But also they found that in terms of the origins, such as the origins of the Chhatri, the Muslims, the Garyas, the Muslims of United Provinces were primarily converted Muslims, but they were as a result of hybridization between groups, and they found that there are a number of cases in which physical evidence definitely indicates possible origins contrary to accepted opinion. So based on physical dimensions, they were looking at these human diversity, and they were trying to answer certain questions that relates social structure with body dimensions, and origins with inferring origins using body dimensions, and they found that in some cases there was correlation or correspondence, but in some cases there was no relationship between inferred origins and the origins that you can inferred anthropological origins and the body dimensions. They were also acutely aware of the way that you could use these population nomenclature as upper caste, lower castes, etc. So they avoided using those, and they used a neutral word group, and also defined what they meant by a group. These are ethically important, that you need to use neutral words, and today it's become extremely important because of equity, diversity, inclusion, these kinds of considerations. And they defined a group as consisting of individuals who belong to the same caste, religion, or tribe, and who live in the same district. After the UP Anthropometric Survey, Mahalanobis and D.N. Majumdar also had lots of questions about populations of Bengal, and this was undivided Bengal. This was East Bengal and West Bengal combined. They undertook an anthropometric survey of populations in Bengal, and as you can see, Mahalanobis is not an author of this particular paper. It is Mahalanobis' disciple, C.R. Rao, the oldest living statistician in the world. Today he is over 101 years old, C.R. Rao. D.N. Majumdar is the same D.N. Majumdar, the anthropologist, Mahalanobis is relegated to the background and let the baton be carried forward by C.R. Rao. He wrote a foreword to this particular report of the Bengal Anthropometric Survey, and in the foreword or in the conclusions, he says that one of the important contributions is the demonstration of regional differences within the social group. That is, between individuals adopting the same caste, tribal or religious name, but living in different geographical locations. So essentially what this means is that, if you had the same population, same social group, let's say calling themselves as Brahmins, but they lived in two different geographical locations, their physical dimensions became so dissimilar that it would be quite difficult to actually think of them as being one social group. So it shows that, and then they concluded that it shows that a term like Brahmins of Bengal has to be used with some caution. Essentially, geographical distance actually creates a lot of difference, or over a period of generations creates a lot of difference in physical dimensions as well. This could be intrinsic. This could also be because of environmental factors, and we'll come to that in a minute. Another interesting feature is that sometimes there is closer resemblance between caste groups within a district than between individuals of the same caste group belonging to different districts. In other words, again, geographical distance plays a major role in determining how the similarities of individuals who live in close, even though they belong to the same group, but live in geographical proximity versus living in geographical isolation. Well, Mahalanobis came to the conclusion that anthropometry was really not a good set of characteristics to study population divergence and answer questions such as origins of populations. It has to be, he said, it has to be supplemented by other physical, genetic and serological data. And he says that our experience with anthropometry has not been very convincing. It was providing equivocal answers about population groups and their relationships, and he said that blood group variations need to be looked into. So in the Bengal Anthropometric Survey, on a subset of individuals, they looked at blood groups and actually devised certain statistical methods to depict ABO blood groups. But again, soon they came to the realization that ABO blood group was just one system, one genetic system which did not have too much of information in order to draw inferences about these population relationships or about population ancestries. Majumdar, D.N. Majumdar actually emphasized that they cannot give any clue to the ethnic origin or for that matter any part of the country unless these findings are reinforced by multiple genetic systems. Just to mention that, just to recall that this is what Mahalanobis said. Having said this, having realized this, Mahalanobis also had the foresight that he should set up a human genetics unit at the Indian Statistical Institute, and he did indeed set up a human genetics unit at the Indian Statistical Institute, and continued to do various kinds of population work, looking at genetic diversities of populations. And when I joined the Indian Statistical Institute, already the Human Genetics Unit, it was called the Anthropometry and Human Genetics Unit when I joined the Indian Statistical Institute, and later that bifurcated into Human Genetics Unit, which I headed, and Biological Anthropology Unit, which was headed by an anthropologist. All right, I'll come to the last few minutes of my talk, essentially talking about human evolution using genomic data. To cut a long story short, and I'm essentially going to focus on India and the work that's been done in India, but to put this in perspective, humankind, modern humans like you and I, we all evolved in Africa. So we are talking about genomic diversity. It is really a heritage. It's a heritage that comes out of Africa, and we were born in Africa, so to say, about 200,000 years ago, and we came out of Africa about 100,000 years ago. We can only speculate why we have come out of Africa. Perhaps we over-reproduced, and there was enormous pressure on natural resources. We were hunter-gatherers at that time, and therefore, because of lack of natural resources, we probably started to explore other geographical areas in search of food, etc.
When I talk about these, dates, these dates also have large standard errors. So 100,000 years could be anywhere between 80,000 years and 120,000 years. Please bear that in mind, because these dates are not absolutely sacrosanct. When we came out of Africa, after that we started to explore other land masses, and we moved around. One of the first places that we came to after we moved out of Africa was India, and one of the last places that we went to was by crossing the Bering Strait and going and populating the new world, the Americas. So this is how we moved around, and this much of this is through reconstruction of fossil remains, as also from various kinds of genetic studies. When we came out of Africa and we went to Europe, we found that we were not alone. There were at least two other hominid cousins that were roaming around on Europe, on the plains of Europe. One was called the Neanderthals, and there were plenty of them, plenty of Neanderthals who were roaming around. And we also got to know much later that there was another species called Denisovans. They were called Denisovans. We have named them. They are called Denisovans because they were found in the Denisovo cave in Siberia, and there was a finger bone that was found. DNA was isolated from the finger bones. DNA was also isolated from various skulls and other fossil remains of the Neanderthals, and when we compare the DNA sequences, you find that there were such great differences that they could not be Denisovans could not be Neanderthals, and Neanderthals could not be Denisovans, so they were two separate species. What happened to them when we came to Europe? Very shortly thereafter, both Neanderthals and Denisovans vanished from the face of this planet. Did we over-reproduce ourselves, and because we were better users of tools and weapons, we actually killed them? The answer is no. Again, the answer comes from genomic studies, where genome sequences of modern humans, Denisovans and Neanderthals have been compared, and we have statistical methods of estimating whether there has been any admixture, introgression of the genomes. And indeed what we have found is that Neanderthals contributed to both modern human genomes and Denisovan genomes, and Denisovan genomes also contributed to modern human genomes. And essentially this means that we all mated with each other. We were not completely isolated populations. The product of these matings, when there was a mating between, let's say, a Neanderthal and a modern human, the child of that mating, the offspring of that mating, went with the modern human groups, depleting the size of the Neanderthal group, and over a period of time, the Neanderthal group, size of the Neanderthal group depleted to such extent that they became extinct. As a result of these studies, we also know that there was a potential, so essentially they made love, not war. As a result of these genomic studies, we also know that our genome contains DNA, pieces of DNA that do not belong to us, do not belong to the Denisovans, do not belong to the Neanderthals, do not belong to us, meaning that when we compare, for example, with our ancestral populations, there are such portions of our genome that cannot be traced back to another modern human, not to a Denisovan, nor even to a Neanderthal. So there are these potential unknown hominids. This was interesting, and when we started our work in India, and we did these studies on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the Jarwas, Ongis, the tribal populations of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and we were looking at their origins and their population structure. Again, I'm not going to describe in details. All that I will say at this point, the Andamanese population structure is such that they have a separate ancestry compared to populations of mainland India. I will primarily focus on mainland India. These Andamanese people, we found in their genomes an unknown, bits and pieces, fragments of DNA that could not be traced back to any of the known ancestors, not even to the Neanderthals or the Denisovans. So here was among the Andamanese people pieces of DNA that needed to be attributed to a potentially unknown hominin. While we were doing this study, there was another group of people who were studying tribal populations of Melanesia, and there also they found that the ancient Melanesians interbred with a mysterious hominid. Suffice it to say that there was a lot of coastal migration from out of Africa Africa into India, through Australia to Papua New Guinea, and so on and so forth, through these various island populations. We still don't know whether the mysterious population that the geneticists who were studying Melanesians, that mysterious hominid was the same as the mysterious hominid that we found in Andaman and Nicobar Island, because they have not released their DNA sequence data yet. So if they release their data, then we can easily answer this question whether there was an ancestry or mating with a mysterious hominid or an unknown hominin who was roaming around in these through these island populations at that time in ancient times. While we were looking at these Indian populations, etc., several of us, including Professor Brahmachari, Mitali, and groups in IGIB and elsewhere, we came together with a whole set of geneticists from various parts of Asia, and we wanted to anchor Indian genomes in the context of Asia. And what, let me just quickly explain, all of these are names of population groups of Asia, Southeast Asia, Japan, etc., many countries in Asia. And also, if I can explain this graph to the left of your screen, left of my screen, essentially this graph is that this graph is ordered in such a way that the oldest population, the most ancient populations, are to the bottom of the graph, and the most recent populations are to the top of the graph. So if we look at Indian populations, where do they belong? Are they in the top of the graph, or are they at the bottom of the graph? I've already told you that after humankind evolved in Africa, they came out of Africa and got into India, and therefore the expectation, even before we did this work, and this work is based on hundreds of thousands of DNA markers, and looking at, I will explain this kind of checkered colored picture later in my talk. Right now I won't. I'm only focusing on this particular tree, which is called a phylogenetic tree, based on relationship, depicting relationships among population groups of Asia based on their on assessment of their genomes. Essentially, even before we drew this tree, we knew that Indian population should belong to the bottom of this tree, meaning to the, should be ancient, because human populations came out of Africa and populated India to begin with. So indeed, what we found is that there is an early divergence, and these are populations of India. We looked at a small number of populations. At that time, money was scarce, and so we did not. This is 2009, over 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and there were some populations that we had sampled from North and East India. There were some populations that we had sampled from South India, and essentially what was shown is that the ancestries of populations in North and East India was different from the ancestries from of populations from South India. Now this was based on a small number of populations, and therefore we wanted to study this in greater detail, especially in the context of India. So again, Professor Brahmachari, who was by then the Director General, was he? I can't remember. But essentially, we wanted to look at the entire ethnic composition of India and draw inferences about the ethnic composition of India. And if you look at the anthropological classification, there are 450 tribal populations, including subcastes. There are about 4,000 subcastes and about 150 religious and migrant groups. And they do they have different kinds of social organizations and do various kinds of occupations. They also speak different kinds of languages, Austroasiatic, Dravidian, Tibeto-Burman, Indo-European, and so on. And I would like to point out that the Austroasiatic language of speech is essentially spoken by some tribal populations of India, such as the Santals, the Mundas, and so on. So that's exclusively spoken by the tribal populations of India. So like I said, that Professor Brahmachari essentially came up with this money, and I think there were a total of 6 CSIR institutions and the Indian Statistical Institute, and we all came together and we sampled a large number of populations from across India, and we actually scored each genome on the basis of 405 markers, and tried to find relationships among these genomes of groups of individuals belonging to these various populations on the basis of these of the data on 500 on the basis of these 405 genetic markers. and I will just show you what we reconstructed. Essentially what these are, this is again another way of depicting a phylogenetic tree, providing depicting the relationships among these various populations. Suffice it to say that this population is colored by language groups, and as you will see that there is a strong clustering of these population groups by language. But I must also point out that in India, language and geography are confounded. People in northern parts of India speak Indo-European languages, people in southern parts of India speak Dravidian languages, in the northeastern part of India, Tibeto-Burman languages, and Austroasiatic language of speech is a fragmented linguistic family spoken in central and eastern regions of India inhabited by the tribals. So essentially, if you look at this particular population reconstruction, you find that it's clustered by language. Also, you can interpret this as clustered by geography. We then became a little bit more greedy. Technologies have evolved, costs had fallen, cost for sequencing entire human genomes had fallen, and we undertook a major project in Asia based on sequencing of genomes, and this was called the Genome Asia 100K project. Again, looking at Asia and looking at India in the, that was our interest, looking at India in the context of all of Asia, primarily by looking at whole genomes as opposed to fixed points on the genome. We sampled a large number of populations, and as you can see in this map, each circle represents a population, and the size of the circle is proportional to the sample size. This is based on sequencing efforts, and we also estimated the amount of Neanderthal admixture in each of our Indian populations. Essentially 2 to 3% of our genomes comprise the Neanderthal genomes. Less than 1% of our genomes comprise the Denisovan genomes. And also, but with respect to the Denisovan genomes, there's an interesting structure, which is that the tribal populations contain the highest amount of Denisovan genomes. Even if it's less than 1% of our entire genome, it is a significant proportion, primarily because our entire genome, as Professor Brahmachari has said, is 3 billion nucleotides. And even 1% of 3 billion nucleotides is quite significant chunk of DNA. And if you move from the tribal populations to the upper caste populations, there is a reduction in the extent of Denisovan admixture in our genomes, in the genomes of these populations, and that's interesting and significant. I don't have the time to actually explain in greater detail. One of the questions that we had asked is that, India comprises a vast array of genetically heterogeneous populations, and they all came at different times from different places and may have different ancestries. And one of the questions that we had is how many footfalls of how many distinct ancestral types can we find in mainland India? And of course, this question was asked by multiple people, but we were bit beaten. We did the study asked these questions when I was at the Indian Statistical Institute, and we completed the answer to these questions when I established the National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, primarily because technologies became available in this institute. So prior to that, the group from CCMB and the group from Harvard Medical School, they had collaborated to reconstruct Indian population history. They also asked the same question, how many ancestral types can we find? And they essentially found that there are 2 ancestral types, one comprising the North Indian populations and one comprising the Southern Indian populations. Now, the sampling, the number of populations sampled in this particular study was restricted. For example, they did not have any samples from northeast of India. So if northeast of India had a different ancestry, they would not be able to detect it. So we said that we should, our sampling was much better, so we said that we should look at this question afresh, and we did look at this question afresh. Actually, there was a considerable amount of overlap when they were doing their study and we were doing our study, and this is the result of our study. I'll give you the take-home message at right in the beginning. We estimated admixture in each individual that we sampled, and we found evidence of 4 ancestral populations in mainland India. And so let me explain this graph. On the x-axis, you have a very large number of dots that you can't even see, and I couldn't number those. These are individuals. These dots represent individuals. Each vertical line essentially represents the extent of genomes, how much of it is pristine and how much of it is admixed by genomes of other populations or other individuals. So each color represents an ancestral type, and each vertical line represents an individual, and the checkered colors essentially represent the extent of admixture that there is among in the genomes of in the genome of that particular individual from different ancestral types. So if you look to the left of the screen, you find that these are pristine, almost pristine green genomes, and if you look to the right, there are almost pristine blue genomes, and if you look somewhat at 3/4 of the distance from the left-hand side, you find the sky blue, and there are some pristine genomes of the sky blue, and similarly in the center, there are some pristine red genomes. So these are individuals who are from different populations but are essentially unadmixed. But if you look at the other regions of this graph, you will find that the vertical lines are checkered by different colors. But overall, there are 4 different colors, and these 4 different colors represent the ancestries. So most of us have multiple ancestries, or at least genomes from multiple ancestors. There are only a few who have pristine genomes, meaning that they have unadmixed genomes from one particular ancestral types. Can we identify these ancestral types? Yes, we can. We know where we have sampled these populations from. We know what kind of languages they speak, the geographical region of sampling, etc. And we have been able to identify these 4 ancestral types as Indo-European, Dravidian, Austroasiatic, and Tibeto-Burman. So these are the 4 ancestral types that are present in mainland India. Again, I emphasize that there is a confounding between geographical region of habitat and language. North India, South India, Central India, fragmented Austroasiatic, and Northeast of India. We published this in PNAS. The data that we gathered in the Genome Asia project not only informed about genomic diversity and the population structure and the origins of populations, etc., they also provide information on predisposition to diseases, response to drugs, interactions with environmental factors, propensity to infections, progressions of diseases, etc. So in other words, the genome comprises a huge lot of information, and studies on genome diversity can actually inform medical science as well, in addition to providing basic evidence of our ancestry, where do we come from, etc. I don't have the time to explain all of this, but in this particular study, in the Genome Asia study, we did find some very interesting cancer predisposing genes as well. So I come to the last slide, which is my most important slide, and this is the slide that I want to, the notion that I want to leave you with. And this slide, I'm going to read out this slide. Of course, I know that you can read English, but still, I'm going to read out this slide. Makes me feel good. This is a passage from a poet, African-American poet, Maya Angelou, and I'm going to read it out to you. It says, "It is time for the preachers, the rabbis, the priests, and the pundits, and the professors to believe in the awesome wonder of diversity so that they can teach those who follow them. It's time for parents to teach young people early on that in diversity there is beauty and there is strength. We all should know that diversity makes for a rich tapestry, and we must understand that all the threads of the tapestry are equal in value, no matter their color, equal in importance, no matter their texture." Thank you very much for your attention. I greatly appreciate the invitation accorded to me by IIT Jodhpur and to Professor Shantanu Chaudhary and Mitali Mukherjee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Majumdar, for that engaging lecture. We join you in celebrating the legendary founder of the Indian Statistical Institute and hope to carry his legacy forward. It was also amazing to learn about interesting insights about the ancestors of modern humans, their journey on planet Earth, and the genomic analysis that allows us to today retrace their steps. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It is now my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Professor Sharma is an Institute Chair Professor and C.V. Seshadri Chair Professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering of IIT Kanpur. Professor Sharma has served as a Secretary to the Government of India, heading the Department of Science and Technology, where he led several key initiatives in the areas of priority for the nation. Professor Sharma is best known for his pioneering research work in the areas of colloids, thin films, interfaces, adhesion, patterning, and in the fabrication and application of self-assembled nanostructures. As a highly interdisciplinary academic, he has published over 350 peer-reviewed articles and has filed over 15 patents. Professor Sharma is a recipient of numerous honors and awards, including the inaugural Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science, the World Academy of Science Prize, Dassault Research Award of the Humboldt Foundation, J.C. Bose Fellowship, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Engineering, and the Homi J. Baba Award of the UGC, to cite a few. He is also the winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Indian Science Congress and has received several Doctor of Science degrees honoris causa, including from the State University of New York at Buffalo and Jadavpur University. For his exceptional contributions, Professor Sharma has also been recognized as a distinguished alumnus of IIT Kanpur and the State University of New York at Buffalo. Today, Professor Sharma will talk to us on a brief history of future, India's journey in science and technology. Over to you, sir. Sir, it appears you're on mute.
Okay, the microphone went in one corner that I was trying to locate. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, sir.
And can you see my slide now?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Can you see the full slide? Can you see it in the slide, the slide mode?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me to this extraordinary session. And I'm so glad perhaps I'm the last speaker here, which has some advantages because Dr. Chidambaram and Dr. Brahmachari and Dr. Partha Mazumdar have covered a lot of history in terms of the journey of science and technology in India, as well as where we might possibly be heading. So I would actually latch on to where we possibly be heading, rather than the history, but then of course the future is only a modified history. So there are some lessons from there, and essentially what I would like to talk about very quickly is what are the overarching structure and the processes and the architecture of doing science and technology with some effectiveness and quality. And what are the new challenges which are coming at us at ever faster rate? Of course, if we were to look at things that happened in last 75 years in India, one way to look at them would be to look sector-wise, to say, look, what happened in transport, where were we now? And that is a compelling journey indeed. If we were to enumerate some of the stuff that was impactful, it came out of science, technology, and innovation. I would always speak of science and technology and innovation in the same breath. And the reason for that is that the transforming science, the bridge of science to society is through technology and innovation. So if we were to look at education, of course we set up these great institutions, making a huge impact both for Indian economy and for globally so. And policies have played a very important role, and the latest one is National Education Policy 2020. If we could implement half of it, we would be through. Of course, you look at food, water, sanitation. There have been so many revolutions, green, white, yellow, blue, and now coming to the blue revolution, which is basically mapping and looking at the resources of the oceans. Sulabh, Har Ghar Jal, Swachh Bharat, tractor, for example, and even pumps. This is basically what got us where we are now in health and medical, firmly planning ASHA, generic drugs, vaccines, and COVID-19 time showed us a lot of ventilators and diagnostics that came up really, really quickly, building on the foundations that we had laid over decades. Jaipur Food, Sri Chitrahat, really there are lots and lots of this stuff over there. I may also add to it the open drug discovery platform that was championed by Dr. In the CSIR, Dr. Brahmachari, which was a very compelling aspect of looking at health and medical for the future. Three-wheelers, e-rickshaws, metros that came up quickly, and so on. And then, of course, we can look at things which have happened so rapidly in information and communication technologies. The rise of digital. This is the industry 3.0. Since the pole vaulted, we leapfrogged, and it was very hard to have, in fact, a phone line at your home at one point. And now everybody's got this stuff in their pocket, riding on it. The knowledge network that was set up by Dr. Chidambaram when he was PSA, National Supercomputing Mission, whole lot of stuff is happening there, cyber physical systems, quantum technologies, and stuff. In terms of governance, a whole lot of examples are given. Ink that we use for voting machines, advisories and warnings which are delivered to our fishermen and farmers, and every time before there is a tornado and what have you, saving lives. Giving a digital identity through UID and Aadhaar, and then going for direct benefit transfer, plugging in a lot of leakages, new policies, deregulating, on liberalization and democratization, on mapping, on drones. These are very latest vintage. Satellite imaging in terms of opening up the space sector, the defense sector, and so on. Basically imaging an Atmanirbhar Bharat through all of these interventions. Innovation ecosystem has really come up very rapidly in the last 7, 8 years, 10 years maybe. It was very hard to convince my PhD students more than 10 years ago to do anything with the startups. But they are flowing freely. Even the grassroots innovation and the traditional knowledge find their own space in all of this. Of course, energy, things like ultra, advanced, supercritical, again championed by Dr. Supercritical, solar, and nuclear. A whole lot of this has been contributed by Dr. Chidambaram and the teams that went around. So all of this is common knowledge. So we can, there are chapters devoted to each one of these. There are books which are devoted to each one of these. So there's, one can't really go very deeply into this, saying, look, of course the fact is that we built upon the strong foundations that were laid in terms of our human resources, in terms of our infrastructure, in terms of training of science and technology personnel. So where are we now? The good news, and what are our reasons for optimism looking at the future? We are number 3 globally in terms of number of scientific papers, which includes a lot of cutting-edge areas, engineering, nanotechnology, in materials, even in artificial intelligence. India is number 3 in number of startups and even unicorns. And like I said, well, if you look 10 years ago, we were number 10 in number of scientific papers. The startups and unicorns were unheard of. Now, India has deep strengths in R&D and its R&D institutions from universities, to IITs, to R&D labs, and so on. Demography is a huge plus. We are a young country of educated young people, energetic young people that are basically are ready for action. They are looking for action and they are ready for action. The human resources, very deep strengths in there, and enabling policies, and of course the very diversified markets and demand, which nobody can ignore, which basically means, India is a diverse country. In fact, Parth will talk about it from a different perspective, which is actually good, which basically means that there is a space for all sorts of science, technology, and innovation to satisfy the demands of this market. Just to tell you, even simple biomedical devices today, about 80% of them are imported. And there is absolutely no reason at all that this could not be done very rapidly and on scale. Of course, there is always a but. So we must also focus on the but going forward in the future. So while we may be okay being at number 3 in terms of quantity of scientific papers, one has to focus on their quality and their impact, on their relevance and their direction. Because without relevance and direction, they are not going to connect anywhere. And this is especially true of applied sciences, of technology, of engineering, of markets and society at large. There is, of course, the perpetual conflict between the profound and incremental, between disruptive and business as usual. Are we looking at leadership in some areas? Many areas of science and technology are being contended as being followers of the latest fashion and the trends that come from somewhere else. In other words, do we have any India-centric ideas? Of course, when we're looking at basic sciences, we are looking at the conflict between profound and incremental. When we are looking at applied sciences and maturing to technology and markets, we are looking at India-centric problems. So it is something like local, while science or very fundamental science may be global, its transformation into applications is often local, which is to our understanding of what actually who we are and what our problems are, where the gaps are. And those gaps are to be filled with innovation, which of course is a new mantra that more and more people understand and operate on. That connects of science to all its stakeholders. And of course, industry and society are some of the gap areas that going forward in the future, one would have to focus very tightly. So this talk is not about a particular problem or area of S&T that we, of course, that if I work in some area, I go to a particular conference and I read certain papers and know all about it. It's not about what the future technologies would be or specific products or technology and what their shape would be. So what is it about? It's a broad picture of the drivers and directions of science and technology globally, and of course in the Indian context, and how it's going to impact us. What are the emerging challenges and opportunities of the future? And what are the structure and processes of the mind that can understand those challenges, not only understand challenges, but can leverage them. So when we talk about our science and technology and its directions and determinants, and that basically tells us not the specifics, but it tells us what is it that we would expect. It could image the future, and of course, extrapolating from these directions, we can even come to some specific products and so on. So in a broad brush picture, let us first start with where actually science and technology comes from. What are the drivers? And of course, the fortunes of science and technology have been very greatly intertwined with various industrial revolutions. And it works both ways. So that while science affects technology, technology affects science through its tools that develop, and at the same time, both of them impact society, but society's will in turn works on the directions that flourish in science, applied sciences and their applications. So the first time actually I came across the different hierarchical needs of the mind was in Psychology 101 in my BTech program. And of course, this is our famous Maslow's motivational model. What is it that the mind wants? And that actually tells us what kind of stuff in knowledge would actually come and flourish. We all know that there is such a thing as, nothing happens until it is an idea whose time has come. So if we were to look at the base of this pyramid, it's about psychological needs, about needs for safety, it's about needs for belonging and love and connecting, it's about esteem. Together, all of these needs are called deficiency needs. If we move up this hierarchy, now I don't mean when you say move up that there is something, extraordinary about those and that, they are more important in some sense. That is actually something which is a moot point. But anyway, going up the pyramid, these are called growth needs, cognitive needs, aesthetic needs, need of self-actualization, whatever that may mean, and the need for transcendence, whatever that may mean. But in a sense, we understand intuitively actually what these things mean. Now, very interestingly, the idea that came to my mind at some point, look, all of science and technology today, the modern science and technology, is actually addressing very compellingly, no doubt, the needs which are called deficiency needs. It was not always like that. So if you were to look at pre-industrial societies, they didn't have a whole lot of technology. They were technology which is evolving slowly, and then this trying to fulfill these very basic needs about roti, kapra, and makan, so to say in a metaphorical way. But they were actually a whole lot of more focused on the needs that are called growth needs. So in a sense, this is the internal world of the mind, and there is an external world of the mind. And while technology is very good at satisfying the deficiency needs, in the modern times, it has not kept pace equally well with satisfying the growth needs. Sometimes it may even be reversed. A whole lot of technologies that actually do a wonderful job, extraordinary job of satisfying deficiency needs, in fact may have a negative impact on the growth needs. Now there is something that we wish to remember, but anyhow as we come to further discussion. So now coming to, what kind of technology might be up there in the horizon, what are India-centric, expansion plans and growth and development and so on. This is a very nice report. It's called Technology Vision 2035. The last one was Technology Vision 2020, which was championed and steered by none other than Dr. Abdul Kalam. Some of those stuff has come true, some of it has not come true, and this is about the future. Predictions are very hard, especially about the future. But anyhow, this is a good starting point which actually tells us where are we going in terms of technology, where we need to go, where we are. There are also sectoral reports related to transport, health, energy, water, all of those things. So if we have a little bit more interest depending on the area in which I work, it would be worthwhile to spend few hours with these reports. Okay, now looking at the future. Probably the best way to predict the future is to invent it, and we have learned that in lessons of COVID-19 about problem solving, about being interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. A whole lot of actually, I hear it all the time. Of course, I heard it 20 years ago as well. Of course, that our structures and processes in universities, IITs, anywhere, they are not very friendly in terms of being multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, beyond disciplinary, out of disciplinary, transdisciplinary, whatever we may call it. Even today, if I wanted to hire a chemical engineer in physics department, it would be 200% impossible to do that. But anyway, forget about that particular aspect. More of it is happening, I have no doubt, and more of it will happen because of the demands of problem solving. Now, of course, we have fragmented knowledge, scientific knowledge, in thousands of different ways. And these fragments were necessary in order to have growth in a specialized sector. It was also necessary for undergraduate teaching to give an identity and so that that identity qualifies one for a particular job. But if we were to move to higher education, starting from PhD and beyond and research, to my mind, all of science, technology, whatever we call it, can be divided into 5 M's of doing business. The first one is mechanics, which is understanding of everything, how things happen, why things happen, classical to quantum, from electronics to chemical to mechanical to what have you. Materials, of course, and the rise of materials has been unprecedented. Machines is basically putting together the final thing, device, a system, a bundle, if you would, that would do the job. And of course, all of this would be meaningless without manufacturing. Okay, manufacturing is a science, but paid very scant attention in all of this. While materials, machines, and mechanics have found their place, manufacturing is still considered kind of low science and technology, which it is not so. And the final M is men, or women for that matter. And what that means is that all of this science and technology is not a standalone activity. That this is not something which is done for its own sake, but it is done for the fact that man has to be at the center. Its needs and priorities are to be projected and to be fulfilled in some way through science, technology, and innovation. The next frontier of science, technology, and innovation, a whole lot of it lies with the nature-inspired science and technology, not just in materials, but in processing and tools, in fabrication and manufacturing, how it happens in nature, completely different from man-made manufacturing. Devices and machines, functions and mechanisms, and indeed the principles and the wisdom by which everything is organized. So there is a whole lot of gold mine out there, and really not even a tip of this iceberg has been seen or leveraged. To give you an example about materials, where are materials going? Now we hear a lot about responsive materials, stimuli responsive materials, functional materials, nanomaterials, smart materials, even intelligent materials. And all of that is true. But of course, the next wave of materials would lead to information embedded materials, knowledge embedded materials, which means that the materials are able to decide based on stimuli and so on about how to grow, how to shrink, how to divide, how to multiply, and what kind of functions would be appropriate. So this is something that I have copyrighted. We're saying, is the next wave going to be conscious materials? So that we are running seminars and conferences that are called ConMat. Would we have wise materials? Would we even have spiritual materials, conscious materials, what have you? So this is a fantastic area really to work in. But what is fantastic about this area is not just materials, but the convergence of materials with something larger than itself, bringing it closer to how it happens in nature. Now we were to look at some simple functions in nature, very, very simple examples. We have structural colors, very vibrant colors in nature which are not duplicated by man-made colors. There is the self-cleaning water repellent surfaces like the lotus leaf, which are also called fakir droplets sometimes, which means like a fakir sitting on the bed of nails and not really touching it. Even Buddha said long time ago, to live in the world, be like a lotus leaf, connected to muck, but growing so beautifully and clean. Low temperature ceramics. All the man-made ceramics are made at extreme conditions of high pressure and temperature. But look at ceramics which are made in nature. Fantastic manufacturing part, bioadhesion. And look at the frogs and the gecko and insects that can modulate the strength of their adhesion and walk around forever, which means reversible, usable adhesion. Now, all of these things, they are of course a particular class, very simple examples, and there are infinite such examples. In fact, the examples I've shown over here. There is no very good man-made material of this kind, and in fact, these 5 examples, they don't depend on the chemical nature. The 4 examples at least, they don't depend on the nature of the material, which may then depend on the chemistry, depends on the physics, which is very interesting because the functionalities of color, water repellency, adhesion, they all come from the micro and nanostructures which are present on the surfaces of these materials. So therefore they can be replicated in any material, whether it's metal to polymers to anything else. There is manufacturing going. The manufacturing, of course, Industry 4.0 is the new mantra for manufacturing, and which is basically the convergence of communication, computing, and the machines and autonomous actions that happen in there. But if you another very compelling theme for manufacturing is the distributed manufacturing, personal manufacturing, point of need manufacturing, nature-inspired manufacturing, and so on. A whole lot of that. The first wave actually is coming and stabilized with 3D printing and similar kind of technologies. But this should become actually as pervasive as personal computing, for example. From personal computing to personal manufacturing is but a short step, and that step is going to happen. Now I was very intrigued, I was very interested in what Partha talked about from the perspective, from a particular perspective about diversity. But if you want to look at nature, nature values diversity. This is one of the wisdoms of nature, if you would. It may tolerate suboptimality, but it would never, tolerate lack of diversity. Now, why is that? Because things evolve in different circumstances, in different environments, and so on. If we were all clones of each other, no matter how optimal we are, the first virus, COVID, would have actually finished all of us simultaneously. So diversity is a framework, which is a bulwark against any changing circumstances, if you would, and is a robust framework. And so therefore, the diversity, I'm so happy that India is such a diverse country, that the meaning of life actually is diversity. And it produces new opportunities, no doubt, and those are the opportunities that we need to fill with science and technology. Now I'll come back to the same picture again. I don't know why. Okay, but we talked about the deficiency needs and growth needs. And it is very interesting, like I said, that technology more and more addresses the deficiency needs, which is good, no doubt. But we have made one fundamental mistake somewhere in the long march of science and technology. And that fundamental mistake is that we have said, look, if we satisfy the deficiency needs, in fact, even if we over-satisfy the deficiency needs, in terms of, let's say, consumption and so on, then somehow the growth needs will be automatically taken care of. In other words, we said consumption equals happiness. This is a total misunderstanding, and this misunderstanding is actually of a very recent origin, maybe 2 centuries, perhaps no more. And this is something which gives us actually a new way of thinking about where we could get our science and technology moving in the future. Okay, so what is a fountainhead of future? It's basically clearly what the mind wants. To be healthy, to have quality of life, to be connected with equality, to learn and apply that learning, to make decisions in complexity. And that's the reason that we get all this machine learning, neural technologies, neural nets, and what have you, to be entertained as a metaphor. Even most of the meetings, that we go to, they also have an entertainment component actually in there. Meetings that could be finished in 5 minutes without a cup of tea are actually extended for 1 hour. Let us not forget the human aspect of the science and technology that we do, to have better life, to be happy, whatever that means, to find fulfillment, to create and control my own world. This is very important because the real world doesn't offer this luxury. Of course, through science and technology, we have gained control, a much greater control of the world surrounding us than before it. But even if you look at the rise of virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, all of that would actually become so much more pervasive in the decades to come. I'm afraid that some people would start living in that reality totally. I know so many teenagers, even me, I was hooked on to actually a video game. I'm not very, proud of it, but I would be playing it until 3 a.m. in the morning, just totally ignoring the next class at 8 a.m. in the morning. So there are certain things in the mind which hook on to the world that we create and control and fight with. To live long, maybe forever. And of course, that we said happiness does not equal consumption. It doesn't even equal all the technology that we can marshal to satisfy our deficiency needs. Okay, I would skip that because we're already running a little bit late, but actually to understand how science and technology evolved and where it is going, we have to look at actually the evolution of different kinds of industry, starting from industry zero, which is controlled by the flow of muscle, to things which are controlled by centralized industry, controlled by flow of materials, energy, machines. But 4.0 and beyond industry is largely controlled by flow, ownership, and control of data, information, and knowledge, and greater integration of 5 M's of science and technology that I talk about. Let's quickly talk about the overarching challenges. By overarching, I mean those which would be all pervasive, which means that they would impact every aspect of our life, from dating to food to what I think, what I should think, and so on, and how I basically lead my life. The first challenge is the rise of intelligent machines, which today we can describe as the convergence between cyber and digital on one side and physical on the other. In other words, the convergence of materials, machines, communication, perception through sensors, computing at the edge, distributed computing, making autonomous decisions through the tools of artificial intelligence, and managing control actions, and autonomous action through actuators. And add to that, if you were to go into the next society and industry, it will also integrate the biological in its fold. A lot of this is already happening, either cyber-physical getting into biological or biological getting into cyber-physical. All of that is happening, and this is such a fascinating topic on which one can actually have conferences and talk about for nearly 10 hours or 100 hours for that matter. So all of this is happening. Internet of Things, robotics, quantum technologies, by many different names that they are known. Okay, why is it overarching? It's overarching because it is because of the convergence of different streams of knowledge coming around seamlessly, and they impact learning to skills, to education, to work, to governance, to our experience and entertainment, our health, judiciary, law, commerce, medicine, privacy, or our concepts of privacy and governance, undergoing huge tectonic changes, safety, media, equalities and justice, or the lack of them. Challenge number 2, again an overarching challenge, which is called sustainable development. Is it an oxymoron? Certainly the way we view development today and the way we view sustainability, sustainable development together, they are pulling in two different directions. It is an oxymoron. We can think about, can we actually solve the problem of sustainable development by science and technology alone? While, an optimist would probably say that, a realist actually would say no, because it's got many different pillars. Science and technology certainly is a necessary pillar of that. But on top of that, it is the wisdom and the will of society that matters. Why do I say that? Because, you see, technology, when it addresses sustainability, it is sustainability per GDP. And what that means is, I would reduce emissions per GDP by having a more efficient technology, but I would not be able to reduce emissions because the total consumption is increasing. Absolutely no doubt about that. Okay, so there are sustainable development goals, 17 of them, and we can connect each sub-goal with a particular branch or particular problem of science and technology and innovation. And this is all about problem solving. We're saying, look, how do we move from being tool-centric to being problem-centric? I would just like to bring in a little bit human touch into, this whole problem of science and technology and innovation. So I'm very fond of quoting this that I encountered by chance. I was saying I used to think that top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of good science we could address those problems. But I was wrong. The top problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those, we need a cultural transformation at the deepest seat of consciousness, if I may add. And we scientists don't know how to do that. By the way, what he's saying about scientists is true for every section of society. Okay, so that's where we are on that. Okay, challenge number 3 is lost in translation syndrome. So a whole lot of our science and technology is actually confined to what we may call labs and so on, to certain groups which read each other's papers in highly specialized journals, all of which is necessary for the growth of knowledge. But the whole point is there a balance between invention and innovation? Is there a balance between creation of knowledge and dissemination of that knowledge, transmission of that knowledge to all the stakeholders that can benefit by it? You see, here I have a camera which is a smart camera which is driven by machine learning, so it keeps pulling me out all the time, no matter if I will do it or not. This is related to lights and shadows of technology all the time. So while we focus tightly on the lights of a technology, and we forget the nexus and life cycle and the interaction with the proximal technologies, which may produce huge shadows in the long run. Challenge number 3 or 4 is therefore the innovation. It is about completing the circle of knowledge. Now, just like everything should be sustainable, physical things should be sustainable, the knowledge also has to be sustainable in the society. And there are 2 parts of that knowledge ecosystem for it to be sustainable that have to act in harmony and balance. These 2 parts are invention, discovery on one hand, and innovation on the other. Now, a whole lot of people have made about more than 70% scientists themselves, students and so on, they don't understand the meaning of innovation. So I would just very quickly go through it. So invention is about producing new knowledge. It's about also part of that is diffusing and disseminating that knowledge. Essentially, invention is what we do as scientists in R&D labs, in universities, IITs, what have you. It requires resources, it requires budget, it requires money, it requires all of that to produce knowledge and to transmit that knowledge. That's invention and discovery. Innovation is 180-degree opposite of that. It's mathematically orthogonal to invention, but it completes the circle of knowledge. How? Well, innovation, the input is knowledge. And what comes out from this black box called innovation are the new socio-economic opportunities, in other words, growth. So, invention requires resources producing knowledge, whereas innovation takes that knowledge and convert it into new opportunities. So therefore, these 2 things working together, as a liberal metaphor, I could say Saraswati and Lakshmi working together, by having respect and understanding of each other's growth is basically what completes the goals of the society. Okay, so we are running short on time. There are a whole lot of things happening in the innovation space, and people have much better opportunities and understanding of what you can take forward there. Again, because not enough time to have a deep analysis of actually where we fail in innovation, how we fail in innovation, and so on. Now, any of you have interest in startups and innovation, please drop me an email. I'll be very happy to share actually all the insights regarding this, and where are we moving in it, what are the opportunities and threats. Overarching challenge 4 in science and technology and innovation is about inclusion, diversity, demography, globalization, and poverty. The young and restless, how do they get engaged? Now, of course, diversity and inclusion is not, of course, gender is one aspect of it, which is a 50% aspect of it. I've never seen a very good bicycle which doesn't run on 2 wheels, maybe only in circus. bicycles run on one wheel. But of course, diversity and its inclusion and equity is also equally about the socio-economic background, it's about geography, it's about gender, it's about education, it's about language, it's about what have you. So it is basically empowering the science and technology ecosystem of the future. All of these muscles have to be included and empowered so that they can actually have, they bring in different perspectives. They bring in different ideas. They bring in basically greater participation of all the stakeholders. Often I have seen men, they think that while there would more women in all of this and all these people, that there would be less opportunities for men. That's such a silly idea that I don't even know how to counter it. Because as you have more empowered people in the system, the basket, the size of basket also goes up. So therefore the opportunities that we work with, they also enlarge in the same proportion. Okay, the final challenge that I call the last great frontier is not space, it is mind. The challenge 5 is, very soon, increasingly we will ask, what differentiates humans from machines? And of course, a manual task, cognitive task, creative task, pattern recognition, in all of this, machines are vastly superior and they are catching up even in creative tasks. I have seen the art that artificial intelligence tools create. I have seen the poems, even the novels. Okay, I can guarantee you that within 20 years, it's not only about beating the world chess champions. There is no hope there at all. But any kind of pattern recognition, in other words, doing all sorts of science, which is based on pattern recognition, whether it is drug discovery, whether it is material science, whether it is fluid mechanics, whether it is making, finding the options, the best decisions, best governance, whatever. All of them would actually, financial markets, trading, whatever, all of that is going to be outsourced to machines. Okay, so the last great frontier, if you work to my mind, is the science and technology of brain, consciousness, happiness, and fulfillment. Why can't we have science and technology of happiness? I mean, after all these technology tools that we are working with, they must have an objective. Now, what is the overarching objective, if you were to ask me or anybody else for that matter, is of course the fulfillment and happiness. So, why don't we cut the chase and we say, look, let us get down to what this is all about, what the existence is all about.
We're living in an accelerating world.
Hope you all have gained a lot from this session and are highly motivated and confident for all your future endeavors in the field of science and technology. Now, I would request Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg sir and Professor Anil Gupta sir to accompany our presiding guest, Engineer Ravindra Kumar sir and Gautam Kothari sir on stage. I invite Professor Abhishek Gaur sir to come on the stage and present the report of Vigyan Sarvatra Pujyate National Science Week celebration organized by Jain Narayan Vyas University and MBM University from 22nd to 28th Feb 2022.
Thank you. First of all, I welcome our guests for the day. So I'm here to give you a brief report of the complete 7-day program that we have conducted here at MBM University under the joint banner of Jain Narayan Vyas University, MBM University, Ministry of Culture, Government of India and Department of Science and Technology. So I would request all the audience to please pay attention so that I can proceed with the presentation of the event report. So before I start, a very good evening to all the guests, dignitaries, faculty members and participants present here. On the behalf of the whole organizing team, I would like to take this opportunity to present this brief report of the activities carried out during the week-long celebration of Vigyan Sarvatra Pujyate, which started on 22nd Feb 2022 and was jointly organized by Jain Narayan Vyas University, MBM University, IIT Jodhpur and Defence Laboratory Jodhpur under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative by Ministry of Culture, Government of India and Vigyan Prasar, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India again. As you all know, the program was inaugurated on 22nd February 2022 under the presence of Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Director IIT Jodhpur, Professor Ajay Kumar Sharma, Vice Chancellor, MBM University, Professor K.L. Srivastav, Vice Chancellor, Jain Narayan Vyas University, Professor Rajesh Bhadata, Head, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Engineer N.K. Jain, President, Jodhpur Industries Association, and several other dignitaries from our scientific community. I would like to shed a light on the fact that under the convenership of Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg sir, 13 expert lectures, screening of more than 12 films, 6 workshops and 14 school and college level competitions have been organized during this week-long Festival of Science. Here we shared a common vision to spread awareness among young minds of Jodhpur city towards importance of scientific excellence in national development. To augment these events with a tangible experience, we had also organized for exhibitions under 3 tags, mainly Defense Expo, Startup Expo and Student Innovations, which was maintained on all days of the event. Under the Defense Expo track, which was organized in joint collaboration with Defense Laboratory Jodhpur, scientific exhibits including 28 defense technologies were showcased under the leadership of Dr. Deepak Gupta. The exhibits included various contamination monitoring systems, plastic scintillator sensors, radiation detection, measurement and control units, radiochromic films, advanced microwave chef payloads and cartridges, PCM cool vests and heat packs, CBRN-C and high altitude water purification systems, COVID-19 countering technologies, thermal targeting systems, camouflage paints and various other products developed indigenously by Defense Laboratory Jodhpur. Apart from that, 11 startups based on modern technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, robotics, unmanned aerial vehicles, game development, etc., encourage the visiting students to use the science and technology for betterment of our society. Out of these startups, 4 startups, namely Skillonation, Sec2Hand, DytoSure and Portals, are currently incubated under the startup cell of our university. Apart from these, many praiseworthy student innovations from the areas of embedded systems, robotics, architectural designs, and information technology were also presented in the exhibition. During the program, more than 1,000 students from Delhi Public School, Bal Vidya Mandir, Government Senior Secondary School, Haikul Colony, Adarsh Vidya Mandir, Bodhi International School, Aurobindo International School, KV number 1 Air Force, Government Naveen Senior Secondary School, Career Planet Senior Secondary School, Mayur Chopasni School, Mahavir Public School, Adarsh Vidya Mandir, Rotary Public School, St. Anne's Senior Secondary School, Government Senior Secondary School, Bhagat Ki Kothi, Jodhpur Institute of Engineering and Technology, and MITS, Jordan, and various other students from various other schools and colleges of our city participated in the event. On first day of the program, expert lectures on journey of Indian space science and artificial intelligence, an ocean of opportunities, were delivered by Dr. Om Prakash Rajpurohit and Professor Jayashree Vajpayee respectively. The day concluded with a bilingual debate competition where students defended their views in the favor and against of is technological advancement the only way to be future ready. On second day, two experts delivered their views on history of electronics in India and setting up of Siri Pilani and स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में वैज्ञानिकों का योगदान were delivered by Dr. Chandrasekhar and Dr. P. Paranjape, followed by a workshop on mind over matter by Dr. Priyanka Arora. On the same day, students from colleges and schools enthusiastically participated in a skit mono act competition themed role of scientists in Indian freedom struggle. On day 3, Professor J.S. Rathod delivered a lecture on Science is Divine in Nature, Ultimate for Human Welfare. And Professor M.L. Kalra delivered a lecture on Ancient Vedic Indian Science in Relevance to Modern Science. In the second half of the day, a workshop on entrepreneurship by Mr. Jaiprakash Jani from iStart, Government of Rajasthan, a poster making competition, a slogan writing competition, and an agricultural ideathon were organized. On the day 4, expert lectures titled New Biology for Our Heritage, Biodiversity, Biohappiness and Bioeconomy, Assessment of Competence and Potentials, and Prachin Bharat Mein Vigyan were delivered by Professor N.S. Shekhawat and Dr. D.D. Ojha. It was followed by a workshop on Art of Questioning by Engineer Raghav Sharma, who is co-founder of Skillonation EdTech. On this day, students from schools and colleges were offered an opportunity to present their own ideas under the categories of their science models and best tech out of waste, respectively, in our own exhibition. On day 5, Professor Manoj Chaudhary enlightened the audience through his lecture titled The Road Ahead for Next 25 Years of Indian Science and Technology, followed by an equally interesting lecture on Milestones from the World of Indian Science and Technology by Dr. A.K. Bera. It was followed by a demonstrative workshop on 3D printing by Team 3D Karigari, followed by essay writing, poem writing, and technical presentation competitions. On day 6, an insightful lecture by Professor M.M. Ranga on Bharatiya Vigyan Apratim Itihas was organized along with a workshop on robotics and aerodynamics by Cellcouth India. On the same day, a science quiz and a line follower robot building competition were also organized for our school and college students. During the valedictory ceremony of the program, Engineer Ravindra Kumar, who is also the chief guest for our today's program, has extensively shared the contribution of scientists at Defense Laboratory Jodhpur in indigenous development of chaff technology and other similar defense technologies for Indian Defense Forces. On this occasion, we have been fortunate enough to hear from Professor R. Chidambaram, who is Department of Atomic Energy Homi Bhabha Professor at BARC BRC, as we know that. Professor Sameer Brahmachari, who is ex-Director General of CSIR. Professor Partha Majumdar, who is National Science Chair Professor, and Professor Ashutosh Sharma, who is ex-Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, about latest advances in Indian science and technology. In a nutshell, the program was truly executed as the festival of scope for all, encompassing several lectures, workshops, film presentations, competitions, and exhibitions is specifically designed to encourage and invoke the scientific spirit among thousands of students and general citizens who participated in the program. So on the behalf of organizing team, I would like to put this report for the complete event to our guests. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I take the immense pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Gautam Kothari, sir. Professor Gautam Chand Kothari is the managing partner of Kothari Metal Industries in Jodhpur. He received his BE from Jodhpur University, his ME and PhD from IISc Bangalore. Sir has 18 years of teaching expertise in electrical engineering and computer applications, as well as 10 years of guiding postgraduate students in the field of power system with a focus on computer applications. Sir has also authored 15 research papers in prestigious national and international journals and has developed numerous softwares which are currently under use in the electricity board across India. He has served as the head of the Computer Center and the head of the Computer Science Department at MS University in Baroda and was also the managing trustee and chairman of the Jodhpur Pradushan Nivaran Trust, as well as a chief executive in private enterprise. Sir has also been the director of RICO and the president of Rajasthan Stainless Steel Re-Rollers Association and the Jodhpur Industries Association. I request Gautam Kothari, sir, to address the gathering and cast the light of knowledge upon us. Welcome, sir.
आदरणीय रविंद्र कुमार जी, डायरेक्टर DLJ, मेरे ही कलीग प्रोफेसर अखिल रंजन गर्ग साहब, अनिल गुप्ता साहब, हाउस में बैठे हुए मेरे कुछ कलीग्स, टीचर्स, सीनियर टीचर्स काफ़ी कम दिख रहे हैं मुझे. थैंक यू अभिषेक, गिविंग द रिपोर्ट, वंडरफुल रिपोर्ट यू हैव प्रेजेंटेड टुडे. इस मौके पे मैं आपसे डायरेक्ट कुछ संवाद करना चाहता हूँ, कुछ बात करना चाहता हूँ, कुछ अपनी मार्केटिंग भी करना चाहता हूँ इस इंडस्ट्री की. मैं जैसा देख रहा हूँ कि मेरे पास 4 तरह के ऑडियंस हैं. कुछ स्कूल के बच्चे हैं, उनके साथ पेरेंट्स भी आए हैं कि उनका प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है. और चूँकि उन बच्चों को जो यहाँ कम से कम 400-500 बच्चे स्कूल से आए, उनसे आपने प्राइज जीता है, तो नेचुरली आप एक उसमें छट के आए हैं और पेरेंट्स साथ में आए हैं, तो एक मेरा सोर्स बनेंगे टू प्रोपोगेट अगेन व्हाट आई वांट टू कम्युनिकेट टुडे टू द अदर स्कूल्स. पहला एड्रेस आई लाइक टू मेक टू देम. सेकेंड, आई लाइक टू टॉक टू माई ओन MBM स्टूडेंट्स एंड शेयर विद देम द व्हाट वी वर देयर व्हेन आई वाज MBM स्टूडेंट्स, व्हाट दे कैन डू. टीचर्स सारे नहीं हैं, आई वांट टू टॉक टू टीचर्स आल्सो, बट फ्यू ऑफ देम यंग टीचर्स आर देयर, सम न्यू टीचर्स coming into UP, they are also there. I also like to speak to them. I also wanted to speak to some administrator also, but unfortunately no one is there from there. But I'll share, then you can convey also. इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम किया, थैंक यू गर्ग साहब. जैसा बोर्ड ने रिपोर्ट दी, is colleague with me, is working with me also in many occasions, and the excellent report he has prepared. मैं देख सकता हूँ कि कितना सक्सेसफुल इवेंट रहा था, और जो गैदरिंग में देख रहा हूँ कि आप लोग सभी इंटरेस्टेड हैं. पहला मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ स्कूल के बच्चों से. एक थोड़ा सा एक इतिहास में जाएं, हिस्ट्री में जाएं, तो आपको थोड़ा याद होता है कि जहाँ अपन जिस प्रांगण में बैठे हैं वो कैसा था, कहाँ से जनरेट हुआ, कब हुआ. देखिए, MBM इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज की स्थापना 1951 में हुई थी. अपना पहला IIT हिंदुस्तान का खड़गपुर बना था, वो भी उसके बाद बना. मतलब कितना पुराना कॉलेज है या MBM इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, जो आज MBM यूनिवर्सिटी में बदला गया है. पहला यहाँ सिविल डिपार्टमेंट बना. आपको नाम गिनाऊं जो सिविल डिपार्टमेंट जिन्होंने इसको बढ़ाया, आगे बढ़ाया, जो थे प्रोफेसर VG गर्डे, जो पहले प्रिंसिपल थे यहाँ के, प्रोफेसर अडवाणी, प्रोफेसर आलम सिंह, प्रोफेसर एस.सी. गोयल, प्रोफेसर पूनिया मसाद, ये ऐसी एक प्रोफेसर्स की गेम पूरी थी जमात जिन्होंने ऐसे तैयार किए सिविल इंजीनियर्स। अगर आप जाएं और सर्च करें तो जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स अपने आए हैं, बड़े बांध हो, एयरपोर्ट्स हो, नहरें हो और बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट सिविल के आए हैं, वो अपने एमबीएम के स्टूडेंट्स द्वारा कहीं न कहीं आपको हो जाएगा कि उनमें योगदान अपने एमबीएम स्टूडेंट्स का था। रुड़की उस जमाने में अपने नॉर्थ इंडिया का सबसे बढ़िया एक सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का डिपार्टमेंट जाता था और नेक्स्ट ना अप टू 1970 और जो गिना जाता था वो था एमबीएम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज। सिविल डिपार्टमेंट में इतनी इसकी पॉपुलरिटी थी। दूसरा एक स्पेशल डिपार्टमेंट है माइनिंग। आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि दो ही पहले डिपार्टमेंट हुआ करते थे, एक धनबाद में माइनिंग कॉलेज, एक अपने जोधपुर में। और आज भी अगर माइनिंग इंजीनियर्स को ढूंढने जाएं, आप उनका इंस्टीट्यूशन देखें तो मैक्सिमम लोग आपको जोधपुर से पास किए हुए मिलेंगे। मैकेनिकल थर्ड वाज द टाइम व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग व्हेन आई वाज द स्टूडेंट। मैकेनिकल में आप देखें प्रोफेसर एम.एल. माथुर जो बाद में वाइस चांसलर भी बने, प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवासन, इन लोगों ने, क्योंकि पहले हमारे टाइम पे सबसे ज़्यादा प्रेफरेंस मैकेनिकल वालों को मिलती थी और मोस्टली लोग अपने मैकेनिक वाले यूपीएससी में और इंजीनियरिंग स्टडीज में जाया करते थे। पहले स्टूडेंट जो अपना पहला चेयरमैन रेलवे बोर्ड का बना राजकुमार जी 1959 बैच के, वो यहाँ से गए थे। ही वॉज फ्रॉम अवर कॉलेज ओनली। और जितने अपने निकले हैं बड़े बड़े लोग सब अभी जिन्होंने रेलवे बोर्ड में, यूपीएससी में, सिविल सर्विसेज में काम किया वो मैकेनिकल के हैं। हालांकि मेरा खुद का डिपार्टमेंट है इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैं अब इलेक्ट्रिकल पे आता हूँ। इलेक्ट्रिकली बात करें, नाम सुने आप प्रोफेसर एस.एस. मूर्ति, प्रोफेसर पी.एस. सत्संगी जो आज सबसे बड़े लीडर है अपने राधा स्वामी कुंज के पूरे, ही इज द टॉप मोस्ट संत है आज, ही वाज हियर। प्रोफेसर बंसल, प्रोफेसर थियोफिलिस, ये लोग थे जो हमें पढ़ाया जिन्होंने। इनकी आप देखें आज भी बुक्स जो टेक्स्ट बुक्स है अभी इन्हीं की चलती है, तो आज भी बेसिक्स जो साइंस है उन्हीं का चलता है। तो इन लोगों ने इस एमबीएम को बनाया था। एक हिस्ट्री बड़ी अच्छी थी। 1962 में गवर्नमेंट और राजस्थान ने डिसाइड किया कि इसको जोधपुर यूनिवर्सिटी कर दे, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ जोधपुर में मर्ज किया जाए। जोधपुर यूनिवर्सिटी में मर्ज होने के बाद भी या ऐसे वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर वी.वी. जॉन जो बहुत आगे तक की सोचते थे। हम ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ लोगों को सोच है कि यूनिवर्सिटी बनने के बाद में एमबीएम का नाम कम हुआ, उसके बाद भी एमबीएम बहुत आगे बढ़ा। आज हमारे टाइम पे अप टू 70 तक 4 डिपार्टमेंट थे, आज 11 डिपार्टमेंट है। ये सब डेवलपमेंट भी अपना यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ जोधपुर बनने के बाद हुआ। बाद में इसका नाम चेंज जयनारायण व्यास यूनिवर्सिटी कर दिया और कहीं डेवलपमेंट उसमें ग्रोथ हुई, पर कुछ समय बाद कुछ कारणवश इसकी ग्रोथ थोड़ी रुक गई। फिर भी बच्चे गए, क्योंकि अच्छे लड़के आते थे, अच्छे लड़के पढ़ के जाते थे, वो फील्ड में काम करते थे और अपना नाम हमेशा थे। पर अभी आप देखिए तो धीरे धीरे मैं अभी आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि आप जो लोग, जो बच्चे अभी आ रहे हैं, अब आज जोधपुर क्या है? आज जोधपुर में 11 यूनिवर्सिटीज काम कर रही हैं। 11 यूनिवर्सिटीज जोधपुर में वर्क कर रही है। आपने सुना रविंद्र सर को, एक डीआरडीओ जिसने डिफेंस में पूरा नाम किया है, वो यहां पर है। एग्रीकल्चर में काजरी आफरिया है। अगर एजुकेशन में जाए आईआईटी या है, एम्स या है, एनडीयू है। हमारे टाइम पे कुछ नहीं था। अब आपको जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कहीं सुना होगा लेक्चर में, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आ रही है जिसमें एक सिस्टम में क्रेडिट सिस्टम। पहले क्या होता था, 1 साल काम किया, कोई कारण हो गया, बीमार हो गए, घर में कुछ दुर्घटना हो गई, तो आपको छोड़ के पूरा साल बर्बाद होता। अभी ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में जस्ट लाइक बैंक क्रेडिट है। आपने बैंक में पैसा जमा कराया, आपने कोर्स किया, उतना पैसा जमा हो गया, उतनी क्रेडिट जमा हो गई। आपके लाख रुपए हुआ, लखपति बन गए। ऐसे ही हमारे कुछ कोर्स कर लिए, आपको एक सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाएगा और वो कंटिन्यू रहेगा, कम नहीं होगा। कुछ और कमाया आपने, करोड़पति, करोड़ रुपए हुए, करोड़ रुपए बैंक में हो गए, आप करोड़पति बन गए। ऐसे ही कुछ आपने और क्रेडिट ले लिए, कुछ और कोर्स से ले लिए, तो आप डिप्लोमा बन जाएंगे। और आगे बढ़े तो आप डिग्री ले लेंगे, और आगे बढ़े तो आप हायर स्कूल जा सकते हैं। तो ये बैंक में नई पॉलिसी में एक क्रेडिट सिस्टम है। तो ये कभी नहीं होगा कि आप कुछ हादसा हो गया, कुछ बीमार हो गए, ट्रांसफर हो गया तो हमारी बेकार हो गया साल, कभी होने वाला नहीं है। जितना आपने कमाया वो आपके पास हमेशा रहने वाला है। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में एक दूसरा है, आप जाइए, ट्रांसफर हो गया, कुछ कारण हो गया, आप दूसरी जगह चले जाइए, वापस आ जाइए या वहां कुछ ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, तो वो क्रेडिट आपके साथ कैरी ऑन करेगी। जो आपने पढ़ा है वो कैरी ऑन करेगी। ये 2030 तक इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाएगा। और हम जो नई इस एमबीए में बना रहे हैं वो सारे करिकुलम अपने एनईपी के तहत ही बना रहे हैं। तो आपको एक जो नया आपके आ रहे हैं, एक ये ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि यू विल बी अंडर न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, जिसमें आपको बहुत कुछ चेंज मिलेगा। इसके बाद देखिए जोधपुर में क्या है। जोधपुर में पहले कनेक्टिविटी नहीं थी, आज यू हैव ए सब जगह के कनेक्टिविटी, आपकी एयर कनेक्टिविटी है, आपकी रोडवे जो इलेक्ट्रिक कनेक्शन सब आ रहा है इसमें आपके, एंड यू हैव ऑल फैसिलिटीज, आपके सब फैसिलिटीज अब है। तो आपको एक सोच हो है कि हम आईआईटी जाएंगे, वहां पढ़ेंगे, डेफिनेटली वहां एक फैसिलिटी अभी ज्यादा है, पर जो पढ़ाई जो टीचर का जो अपना होता है, जो टीचर्स यहाँ के हैं जो आपको अपना बेसिक नॉलेज देते हैं, वो वहां नहीं मिलती। मैं अपनी बात बताता हूं। मैं एक छोटे से कस्बे से आया था यहाँ 63 में, हिंदी मीडियम से आया था। एक साल तो मेरे को समझ में लग गया कि मैं कैसे बोलना सीखूं यहाँ पर। बट जो ट्रेनिंग मेरे यहाँ प्रोफेसर ने मेरे को दी, उसके बाद जो आप नाम सुन रहे हैं, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, प्राउड हूं मैं, आज बहुत घमंड के साथ कर सकता हूं कि आज अपन साइंस डे क्यों मना रहे हैं। शायद साहब ने, रविंद्र साहब ने सुबह बताया था कि आज साइंस डे मना रहे हैं 28 फरवरी को, क्योंकि 28 फरवरी को 1928 में सीवी रमन ने अपना जो रमन इफेक्ट था वो डिक्लेयर किया था। दैट्स व्हाई वी सेलिब्रेट द टुडे साइंस डे। और उसके बाद में 1933 में उनको उसी काम पे नोबेल प्राइज मिला। और उसके बाद में पहला इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस, पहला एक इंडियन, मतलब पहले अंग्रेज हुआ करते थे, एक इंडियन हमारा डायरेक्टर बना इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस का। मैं प्राउड के साथ कहता हूं, मैं वहां 8 साल तक तो वहां रहा हूं और करीब करीब 25 साल तक आज तक भी उसी इंस्टीट्यूट से कनेक्टेड हूं, और मैं वहां का एक बंदा हूं जो वहां तक पहुंचा हूं जहां सीवी रमन थे। बच्चों लोगों को आपने देखी होगी रॉकेट बॉयज, देखा होगा आपने, जो दिखाया गया है उस सब माहौल में मैं रॉकेट बॉयज में वहां मैंने 8 साल तक काम किया हुआ है। तो कहने का मतलब है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको एमबीए में नहीं मिला तो आप क्यों, तो आप आगे नहीं जा सकते, आप डेफिनेटली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो ये है आज का एमबीएम और आगे ये है इसका हिस्ट्री। और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो ऊंचाइयां हमने देखी अप टू, देखिए अप टू 7 फाइव प्लान, अगर आप देखें जब नेहरू जी ने 5 प्लान लगाए थे जो अब बंद हो गए, अभी 7 से 7 5 प्लान तक जितने भी डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट इंडिया में आए, आप सर्च करें तो सब जगह आपको एमबीएम के स्टूडेंट्स वहाँ यहाँ से पास आउट लोग मिलेंगे। ये मेरा एक एड्रेस था, अपने जो स्कूल से बच्चे आए हैं, पेरेंट्स आए हैं, देखिए यू हैव सीन दैट, यहाँ आपने एग्जीबिशन देखी है, या लॉ देखा है, या आपकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देखा है। कुछ एक गलत फहमियाँ हैं कि एमबीए में तो अब पढ़ाई नहीं होती, वहाँ क्लासेस नहीं होती, होती है, डेफिनेटली है, कुछ सच्चाई है इसमें, पर एक नया वातावरण बना है, एक नया हमारा एक एमबीए यूनिवर्सिटी बनी है, जो हमें नए वाइस चांसलर आ रहे हैं, बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं, बहुत सिंसियर हैं, और जो नए वाइस चांसलर जो जेएनयू के आए हैं वो भी अभी लकीली वो भी इसी एमबीएम के हैं, उन्होंने अपना कैरियर भी एमबीएम स्टार्ट किया। तो हम पूरा विश्वास करते हैं कि एक एटमॉस्फेयर कुछ आने वाले साल में ऐसा बनेगा कि ये फिर वही ऊंचाइयां जो एमबीएम की थी अराउंड अप टू 70s 80s 90s तक, वो अभी भी वापस आएगी। ये कम्युनिकेट मैं मार्केटिंग कर रहा हूँ अपने एमबीएम यूनिवर्सिटी की, आप बच्चों के थ्रू यू प्रोपगेटेड, क्योंकि आप लोग आजकल माउथ पब्लिसिटी, व्हाट्सएप पब्लिसिटी है, दैट एमबीएम नॉट, इट इज गोइंग टू इंक्रीज अगेन। सेकंड मेरा एड्रेस रहेगा साहब जो मेरे एमबीएम के स्टूडेंट हैं। देखिए जो हम जब थे राजस्थान में कोई डेवलपमेंट नहीं था, पानी की दिक्कत थी, पावर की दिक्कत थी, पर अभी ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जोधपुर में पानी की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, पावर की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, और इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ इतना ज़्यादा हुआ है यहाँ पर। तो आपको बजाय एक सोच थी कि हम एक सिविल में पास बी कर लेंगे, हमें पीएचडी में नौकरी मिल जाएगी, हमें इरिगेशन में नौकरी मिल जाएगी, हमें पेट्रोलियम में नौकरी मिल जाएगी, हम बी इलेक्ट्रिकल कर गए, यहाँ आरएसी में मिल जाएगी। ये सोच छोड़ के अब देखिए अपने लोग यहाँ अराउंड कुछ पेरेंट्स बैठे हैं, उनको मालूम होगा कि अपना कहाँ है। जोधपुर का सबसे बड़ा पुराना सबसे बड़ा था जो जेल के पास बर्फखाना था, राजस्थान उद्योग, राजस्थान उद्योग 1, लक्ष्मी उद्योग कहीं नाम सुना होगा आपने, जो अपने ऑयल के ड्रिंक्स बनाता है, स्टैंडर्ड ऑटो पार्ट जो एक बहुत ऑटो पार्ट्स की दुनिया जो था हब था। ये तीनों इंडस्ट्रीज बहुत अच्छे डेवलप हुई थी 50-60s में, और तीनों इंडस्ट्रीज अपने एमबीएम के एल्यूमिनी चला रहे हैं। उन्होंने जो डेवलपमेंट किया है तीनों के, जो है नाम है रवि अग्रवाल जो हमारे यहाँ का मैकेनिकल के हैं 72 बैच के, देन विनोद भाटिया 73 बैच के हैं, देन राजेंद्र परियार 75 बैच के। सो ये सब लोग जो है अपने एमबीए के पास आउट है, जिन्होंने उस समय 50s में 60s में इतनी बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज दी। कुछ लोग बैठे हैं, आप लोग बैठे हैं कि जोधपुर डेवलप हुआ, बहुत बड़ा है, इकोनॉमिकल ग्रोथ बहुत हुआ है। इस इकोनॉमिकल ग्रोथ जब आती है जबकि आपके लोगों की इनकम बढ़ती है। इनकम जब बढ़ती है कि लोगों का हाथ में पैसा आता है, काम बढ़ता है, और कई कारण है इसके, पर सबसे बड़ा कारण जो बताता हूं मेरे हिसाब से है कि यहां जोधपुर और जोधपुर के आसपास हैंडीक्राफ्ट इतना ज्यादा इंडस्ट्री फैली है। अब आश्चर्य करेंगे, कम से कम 20,000 यूनिट जोधपुर, बाड़मेर, जैसलमेर में काम कर रही है। कितना ग्रोथ हुआ होगा, कितना एक्सपोर्ट हुआ होगा। मैं इसको लिंक इसलिए करना चाहता हूं कि इसके जो पायनियर थे, जिन्होंने पहला ये कहा था कि हम हैंडीक्राफ्ट बना सकते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, जिससे आज इतना बड़ा ग्रोथ जोधपुर बड़ा है। आरके सिंगल वो भी अपने 72 बैच के एमबीएम एल्यूमिनी थे। दैट्स हाउ आई एम लिंकिंग इट। ये बात है 80s की। 90s में मैं आपको थोड़ा हिस्ट्री से बता रहा हूं, आपको कितना डेवलपमेंट किया है यहां लोगों के यूनिवर्सिटी ने। जो कुछ लोग जानते हैं स्टेनलेस स्टील, स्टेनलेस स्टील जापान में पहले आया था 1955-56 में। जापानी सीट आती थी स्टेनलेस स्टील की, प्राइस थी उसमें अराउंड 55-60 रुपीज किलो के हिसाब से आ रहा था। 55 से आज अगर 2020 गिने तो अपना प्राइस इंडेक्स जाए तो इंडेक्स जाते हैं वो करीब करीब 20 गुना हो गया। और जो कॉस्ट ऑफ कन्वर्शन लगती है, जिसमें फ्यूल लगते हैं, पावर लगते हैं, केमिकल्स लगते हैं, उनकी कॉस्ट भी करीब 10 से 20 टाइम्स हो गई है। पर ये इंडिजिनियस डेवलपमेंट है अपने लोगों का यहां पर, कि हमने न केवल कॉस्ट कम की, इंप्रूवमेंट की अपने प्रोसेस में। देखिए स्टेनलेस स्टील में मेटलर्जी इज द मेन, कि तो मेटलर्जी है इसमें। हीट ट्रांसफर बहुत है, क्योंकि ट्रांसफर हम हीट करते हैं तो हीट ट्रांसफर इज द सेकंड थिंग वी यूज द फर्नेसेस। हम पिकलिंग प्रोसेस में करते हैं तो केमिकल आती है। कुछ नहीं था हमारे टाइम में, पर आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान के, एशिया कह सकते हैं, सबसे बड़ा सेक्टर बना हुआ है स्टेनलेस स्टील। वेल आई कैन से आई एम वन ऑफ देम, जो मैंने इस पर काफी काम किया है अपने काम करने के बाद। फिर टेक्सटाइल, टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्रीज, आपने कुछ दिनों पहले अखबार में पढ़ा हो, टेक्सटाइल पार्क की परमिशन अपने सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एक बड़ा टेक्सटाइल पार्क बनाना चाहता है। राजस्थान में भी एक मिला है, और राजस्थान में जो टेक्सटाइल पार्क अभी 4 दिन पहले सैंक्शन जो चीफ मिनिस्टर का है, वो अपने को मिला है रोहित पाली रोड पे, काकानी रोड पे। तो एक टेक्सटाइल पार्क खुलेगा पूरा वहां। आप सोचिए कितनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है आपके लिए, एक कितना काम मिलेगा आपको जब टेक्सटाइल पार्क खुलेगा, जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है। ये बात। अब मैं आ रहा हूं थोड़ा सा हाई टेक पे। जो आप बात कर रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी की, अपने प्रोबली द 3 डायमेंशनल प्रिंटिंग एंड देन उसका प्रिंटिंग CNC मशीन्स का, अपने यहाँ ऐसी यूनिट भी है जो नासा को भी सप्लाई करता है, और स्पेस में तो परमानेंट है वो। द मेटल ब्लास्टिंग से करते हैं, पार्ट्स बनाते हैं, प्रिसीजन क्लियरिंग होती है, ऐसी यूनिट भी है। और ये यूनिट किसने बनाई है? अनफॉर्चुनेटली कोरोना कारण उसकी डेथ हो गई, और सुरेश मोदी जो अपने 1971 के यहीं के मैकेनिकल डिपार्टमेंट थे, उसने इस यूनिट को बनाया, जो आप पूरे इंडिया में नहीं, सब जगह उसका नाम है, करीब करीब सब कंट्री में। मैं चला हूँ, नासा भी उसके लिस्ट में है, वेंडर लिस्ट में है, नासा को भी माल जाता है, स्पेस को भी माल जाता है, तो ऐसी यूनिट भी है। और आप लोगों को कह रहा हूँ, आप जाइए देखिए कितनी ऑटोमेटिक मशीन है वहाँ पर। अगर कोई मेरे को एक पार्ट बनाना है ये वाला, आपको कुछ नहीं करना है, उसके पास मशीन है, पार्ट वहाँ मशीन के नीचे रखिए, पूरा लेजर से 3D डायमेंशन डिजाइन बनाएगा, ऑटोमेटिकली डिजाइन बन जाएगा आपका। डिजाइन का आप पेन ड्राइव पे लेके CNC मशीन पे लगाइए और मेटल रख दीजिए, कुछ नहीं करना है, वो वैसा का वैसा पार्ट इन माइक्रोन एक्यूरेसी वो बन जाएगा। ये इस तरह की मशीन है, क्योंकि वहाँ आते हैं अपने कौन से वार प्लेन के जो कभी होते हैं रिपेयर के लिए, उसके इंजन्स वगैरह वहाँ आते हैं, तो दैट इज यूनिट इज स्टिल देयर। ये भी इंडिया में है और वो भी अपने एल्यूमिनियम की है, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग। कोविड पीरियड में, कोरोना में आपने देखा होगा कि कैसे इंजेक्शन लगेंगे, कितने लगने चाहिए अपन को, 180 करोड़ लग चुके हैं, हर इंजेक्शन के लिए सिरिंज चाहिए, ठीक है। और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि इसकी 30% सीरीज अपने जोधपुर में ही बनी है। और मेडिकल जब सीरीज बनती है, आप देखते होंगे पिक्चरों में कैसे कारखाने होते हैं, सब मास्क पहने हुए हैं, व्हाइट मास्क पहने हुए हैं, गोगल्स लगाए हुए हैं, केप लगाए हुए हैं। ऐसी यूनिट भी देख लो, खाली पिक्चर में देखनी पड़ती है, पर ऐसी यूनिट अपने यहाँ है जोधपुर में। और वो यूनिट भी अपने जोधपुर के इस MBM के एल्यूमिनियम की है, इनके जैन जो अपने इनोग्रेशन के टाइम पे थे। मैं कह रहा हूँ आपके लोगों को, अगर आप मेहनत करें, कई तरह के ऑप्शन होते हैं, कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनके फादर अच्छे वेल टू डू हैं, तो दे कैन गो फॉर द कैपिटल इंटेंसिव इंजीनियर, जैसे स्टील है, टेक्सटाइल है, दे आर ऑल कैपिटल इंटेंसिव, आप वहाँ जा सकते हैं और अपना यूज करें तो यू कैन डेवलप देयर। जो कुछ है वो स्मॉल स्केल, आजकल इतनी डिपार्टमेंट खुला हुआ है, आपको वन विंडो है, आप जाइए रजिस्टर कराइए, देन से दैट आई कैन डू। स्टार्टअप चलना चाहते हैं, यू कैन डू इट। तो अगर आप इस सोच में थोड़े को अपने आप को मोल्ड करें, तो ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी अभी जोधपुर में आप लोगों की अवेलेबल है। तो आपको ऐसा कोई सोचने जितनी है, 2 साल आपके खराब हुए, पढ़ाई नहीं हुई, टीचर्स नहीं थे, पर नहीं, आपने वैसे एबिलिटी इसमें है, आपने है, आप यूज कीजिए इसको। थोड़ा अभी स्टाफ नहीं है, मैं आई वांट टू एड्रेस द स्टाफ आल्सो, क्योंकि मैं इसका स्टूडेंट भी यहाँ कर रहा हूँ और स्टाफ भी मैंने MS यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ा है, मैंने डिपार्ट भी की है। देखिए आज का मैं अपना ही एग्जांपल लेता हूँ, मैंने BE या 1968 में इलेक्ट्रिकल में की, ME ऑफकोर्स पावर सिस्टम में की जो उसका एक्सटेंशन था, PhD कंप्यूटर एप्लीकेशंस में की, काम किया टीचिंग में, आई वाज ए हेड ऑफ कंप्यूटर सेंटर, बड़े बड़े मेन फ्रेम जो आते थे IBM 370 वगैरह वो इंस्टॉल किए और रखे। Suddenly, because of some reason, I have to come to Jodhpur and start a stainless steel, entirely different subject. या मेटलर्जी, केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग एंड मैं सीखी, और मेटलर्जी में क्या कंपोजिशंस होते हैं, क्या उसमें हीट ट्रांसफर के और प्लस अदर केमिकल रिएक्शंस के वो सब प्रोसेस समझे। I can say that I one of the expert in steel making and conversion. Okay. उसके बाद कुछ कारणवश मेरे को छोड़ना पड़ा, तो I went to environment. और कुछ लोग जानते हैं कि आज एनवायरनमेंट का, नाउ आई एम द यू कैन से द एडवाइजर एट IIT जोधपुर क्लस्टर का मैं एडवाइजर हूँ, तो आई हैव गॉन टू एनवायरनमेंट। तो कहने का मतलब टीचर्स को कह रहा हूँ कि आज जो प्रिंसिपल आपने जस्ट अभी देखा होगा, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, आपको सब सिखाना पड़ेगा। खाली आपको एक टीचर्स का है, जब मैं खुद लेक्चर लेता था पहले, ये कहता था जब मैं सेकेंडरी में पढ़ाना जाता था कि हम आपको कोई एक्सपर्ट नहीं बना रहे हैं, हम आपको इतना सिखा रहे हैं, इतना ग्रेस्पिंग पावर आप में डेवलप कर रहे हैं कि आप जहां भी जाएं, जैसा भी काम करें, आपको इतना सीख मिल जाएगी कि आप आगे बढ़ सके। तो हमें अभी चेंज करना पड़ेगा, बच्चों को हर फील्ड में एक्सपोज करना पड़ेगा। दैट्स व्हाई ऐसे डिबेट है, ठीक है, कंपटीशन है, इनोवेशन है, गेम्स है, आपको सभी फील्ड में, और फिर थोड़े सब्जेक्ट सिखाना पड़ेंगे। बड़ा खराब लगता था मुझे कि मेरे दोस्त आते थे, वहाँ AN बने हुए हैं, XN बने हुए हैं, RSCB में, PhD में हैं, और बस्ता लेके वहाँ वकील के बाहर खड़े हैं। कहीं देखा होगा, नजर देखे होंगे, बड़े बड़े अफसर होते हैं जो वकीलों के बाहर जाते हैं, बाहर चैम्बर में खड़े रहते हैं, वो अंदर भी नहीं बुलाता। क्यों आपको बेसिक नॉलेज नहीं थी लॉ की। लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी है, वी हैव इट, ठीक है। आपने देखा होगा कि हम जाते हैं, वो तो अपने में IAS बन गए, चाहे हम चीफ इंजीनियर बन जाए, चाहे कुछ भी बन जाए, जो IAS बैठा है सेक्रेटरी, वो हमेशा हमें गवर्न करता है। क्यों करता है कि मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की थोड़ी सीखना है, वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर है, सो हमारे ऊपर है। तो आपको मैनेजमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सीखना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आज अगर इकोनॉमिक्स आपको आना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि ये फंडामेंटल है। अब हम वो सोशलिज्म से बाहर आ गए। हमारा जब तक आसपास लोगों का इकोनॉमिकल ग्रोथ नहीं होगा, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ इंप्रूव नहीं होगा, तब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। तो आपको इकोनॉमिक्स कैसे बढ़े, कैसे ग्रोथ हो, कैसे इनकम, हर एक की जेब में पैसा आए, ये भी आपको मालूम है, इंजीनियर्स को होना चाहिए। फिर सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, क्योंकि हम अपने सब लोगों को साथ लेके नहीं चलेंगे तो भी हम अकेले बढ़ गए तो सबको फायदा नहीं होगा। तो कहने का मतलब टीचर्स को मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये सब बातें भी आपको बच्चों में एक जनरेट कर पड़ेगा। फिर एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी आई है। अगर बच्चा हमारा नहीं समझता आज इस MBM का लड़का कि जो आने वाली चैलेंजेस जो है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग्स में क्या आने वाली है, देखिए ये बहुत बड़ा इश्यू है, आज तो नहीं है। अगर ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो 2050 तक जब अपने बेटे पोते आएंगे वो कैसे रहेंगे, कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता, अगर हमने कुछ सुधार नहीं कर लिया ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। तो आज सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम दुनिया की है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। देन वी टॉक अबाउट द ग्रीन एंड क्लीन एनवायरमेंट, पर हम करते हैं उसमें। फिर एनर्जी, तो आज के सब्जेक्ट है वी हैव टू टीच इंट्रोड्यूस योर स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर्स के लिए कर रहा हूं मैं, इंट्रोड्यूस द व्हाट आर द क्लीन। अभी तक जैसे हमने बात की, मैं देख रहा था somebody talks about that, अभी भी जो मैं कह रहा था कि इट्स नाउ द टाइम में चेंज। इवन जो सोलार वाले, विंड एनर्जी, सोलर एनर्जी, all have become outdated. Now go for the hydrogen energy, green hydrogen energy. उसमें जाइए आप, बच्चों को सिखाइए कि आने वाला समय हाइड्रोजन एनर्जी का है, कैसे करेंगे वो आप थोड़ा सा इंट्रोड्यूस कीजिए। ये मेरा टीचर्स का था। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वाले नहीं है, मैं कुछ है, और मैं चाहूँगा जैसे गर्ग साहब वगैरह कुछ है, और भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, कन्वे कीजिए कि जब तक आप अपने डिसेंट्रलाइज नहीं करेंगे, जब तक आप अपने HODs, अपने SOPs नहीं बनाएंगे कि हमें क्या हम कर सकते हैं, क्या हमें करना चाहिए, क्या हमारे अधिकार है, और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जब तक कि उनको पावर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट नहीं करेगा, तब तक एक अच्छा एटमोसफियर बनने की बहुत कम चांस होते हैं। मैं चाहता हूँ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन यहाँ के टीचर्स को एक फुल फ्रीडम एकेडमिक दे, उनको रिसर्च करने की फ्रीडम देवे, उनको पढ़ाने की करिकुलम पढ़ाने की क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं उसकी फ्रीडम देवे। इस तरह का एटमोसफियर पढ़ें, एक एटमोसफियर क्रिएट करें, इसमें एक एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करें, एक रिसर्च का, टीचिंग का, एकेडमिक का, तब ये आगे बढ़ेगा। अंत में मैं कहना चाहूँगा, देखिए बड़ा अच्छा लगता है आज हमारे ही MBM के 91 बैच के अश्वनी वैष्णव रेलवे मिनिस्टर हैं, इसी बेस से किए हुए हैं कि वो IT मिनिस्टर भी हैं, ठीक है, वो इसी MBM यूनिवर्सिटी के एलुमनी हैं। वी हैव a same again द शेखावत जी, गजेंद्र शेखावत यंग है, यही उसी में 90s में यहाँ प्रेसिडेंट थे यूनिवर्सिटी के, अपने जैना यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रेसिडेंट है, इसी और MBM से बहुत कनेक्टेड है। दो बहुत ही पावरफुल मिनिस्टर आपके यहाँ सेंटर में है, और जिनके पास में एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी फंड्स हैं, प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। अगर हमारा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, आई एम रेड्यूसिंग द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, अगर हमारा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उनके पास जाए, प्रोजेक्ट लाए, अभी रिसेंटली इन द हाइड्रोजन प्रोजेक्ट पे उन्होंने पैसा दिया है, अगर प्रोजेक्ट अपन लोग बनाए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उनको फॉलोअप करे, तो पैसे की तकलीफ जो आ रही थी जिस कारण हमारा काम रुका हुआ था, वो रुकने के चांसेस हैं। तो मैं आपसे सबसे करता हूँ, हमारे स्टूडेंट, आने वाले स्टूडेंट, टीचर्स, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और सब मिलके इस MBM को वापस उठाएं, उतना ही ग्रेट बनाएं जो नाम 70s 80s में था। इसी के साथ मैं आपसे इजाज़त देता हूँ। आई होप दैट आई वाज एबल टू कन्वे व्हाट आई वांटेड। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Your presence and wise words helped us to broaden our perspective. I take the immense pleasure to introduce our presiding guest, Ravindra Kumar sir. Engineer Ravindra Kumar, an outstanding scientist and director of Defense Lab Jodhpur, is known for his pioneering work in the field, phase change material-based heat management technologies and related products, and also for his indigenous development of microwave shaft for defense applications. which are currently being used by the Indian Defence Forces. He has been awarded with DRDO's prestigious Agni Award for Excellence in Self-Reliance 2019 and has visited several countries for official work and steered several R&D technologies, demonstration and mission mode projects to success under his leadership. On this momentous occasion, I feel pleasured to request sir to address the young delegates and motivate them by his words of wisdom.
Respected Professor G.C. Kothari sir, Professor Akhil Ranjan Gair sir, Professor Anil Gupta sahab, and all my young friends, faculty of the MBM, and brilliant persons who are available in this hall. आप सभी को आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव की अंतर्गत विज्ञान सर्वत्र पूज्यते इस महोत्सव को सफलतापूर्वक मनाने के लिए मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई और अभिनंदन। जैसा कि रिपोर्ट में बताया गया, इतने अच्छी तरीके से इस प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया और जिसके 3 एलिमेंट्स थे: स्कूल चिल्ड्रन, डिफेंस एंड इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिया। मेरे ख्याल से किसी भी देश को आगे बढ़ने के लिए इन तीनों चारों जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स एलिमेंट्स हैं, इन्हीं की ही जरूरत है। अभी पिछले हफ्ते हमारा एक वेबिनार था, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज एड्रेस्ड इट, and it was on developing the new ecosystem of startups, industry, academia, and DRDO. How to develop niche technologies, futuristic technologies, cutting-edge technologies in defense. And Government of India in this budget itself has now devoted 25% of the budget to R&D. And this R&D will be done through industry. जो प्रोफेसर कोठारी साहब एड्रेस कर रहे थे MBM इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट को और अभिभावकों को, तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि आगे आने वाले 5 से 10 साल में एक मेजर इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडस्ट्रीज में, डिफेंस सेक्टर में होने वाला है और उसमें जोधपुर की इंडस्ट्रीज भी पार्टिसिपेट करने वाली हैं। तो आपके लिए जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत हैं, स्कोप ऑफ वर्क बहुत है। आप में से ही बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बनेंगे, एंटरप्रेन्योर बनेंगे, स्टार्टअप शुरू करेंगे। एरियाज बहुत हैं, आपके पास विजन भी है, अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है और नॉलेज बेस भी है। ओनली थिंग इज यू हैव टू टेक chance. You have to have that entrepreneurship in your mind. अभी वो जमाना चला गया है जब सरकारी नौकरियां हुआ करती थी और आपका कैरियर ऑप्शन केवल सरकारी नौकरी था। वो इकोसिस्टम बहुत जल्दी इंडिया में चेंज होने वाला है। आज इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा बढ़ता हुआ स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। और आप में से बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट इस इकोसिस्टम में पार्ट करेंगे आगे आने वाले 5-7 सालों में, and you may become leader in many of the industries. I have seen the exhibition also, and I have seen very nice ideas, very nice things. We are going on the autonomous vehicles, autonomous unmanned vehicles, artificial intelligence. These are the areas where new technologies will be developed by integrating these areas along with the core engineering branches. Opportunities are very high. I hope that in future the MBM Engineering College will return to the old golden days glory, and with the faculty devotion and with the students' efforts, this institute will again come to the same level what it was used to be for the Jodhpur city. At least what Kothari Sahab has mentioned, the industrial growth of the city has taken place because of MBM alumni. I remember my first day in Jodhpur, sir. I am associated with MBM Engineering College in some sense. That Professor Sarda Saran Singh, sir, he was professor in mining engineering. He was doing PhD in Roorkee. I was completed my BTech from there. I was knowing him the very first day on 30th June 1983, when I boarded the train from Achnera, where my uncle used to live. He was sitting in the same compartment, and I was not knowing anybody in the Jodhpur. It was an unknown city for me. He took care of me like an elder brother, and for almost 1 month I was with him in his house, and he guided me into this Jodhpur. So, in a way, I am also associated with MBM Engineering College. So, I wish all the best for all the students, all the faculty of MBM Engineering College, and I hope you will realize all your dreams, all your vision. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your pearls of wisdom. It was indeed pleasure listening to you. Moving forward to the prize distribution ceremony, I now hand over the mic to Vidhi Sharma.
Thank you, Taru. Competition is good, but winning is better. Let us honor our champions by presenting them with awards. I invite Engineer Ravin Kumar sir and Professor Gautam Kothari sir to give prizes to the winners of the competition. I request the students whose names are announced to come up on stage and collect their prizes as a token of appreciation of their hard work. Beginning with the school competition winner, in English debate school competition, first position is secured by Jayesh Sanjay Parekh from Mayur Chapasni School. Second position is grabbed by Bhanu Pratap Singh Rathore from Mahavir Public School. In Hindi debate competition, first position is secured by Anil Chaudhary from Government Senior Secondary School, Bhagat Ki Koti. In mono act competition, First position is secured by Gargi Udawat from DPS Pali Road. But she is not present with us. So moving on. Second position is grabbed by Ayush Mathur from Mayur Chapasni School. Third position is bagged by Ajit Singh Charan from Mayur Chapasni School. In slogan writing competition, first position is secured by Nandita Mathur from Mayur Chapasni School. Second position is grabbed by Shivang Pal, also from Mayur Chapasni School. Third position is grabbed by Mayank Malakar from KV number 1 AFS. In poster making competitions, first position is secured by Astha Dubey from St. Anne's School. Second position is grabbed by Anukriti Mehta from Mayur Chapasni School and Harshita from DPS Pali Road. Third position is bagged by Manasvi Mantri from Mayur Chapasni School and Shagun Soni from Mahavir Public Senior Secondary School. Moving on. In science project competition, first position is secured by Yash Jain, Angel Jain, Palak Biani, Aditi Mathur and Krishna Sharma from Mayur Chapasni School. Second position is grabbed by Garvit, Rohan, Rasha, Vidit and Jani from Bodhi International School. Third position is bagged by Garima Soni from KV number 1 AFS. In poem recitation competition, first position is secured by Manushri Bhardwaj from Mayur Chapasni School. Second position is grabbed by Tejas Khurana from DPS Pali Road. Third position is bagged by Anand Lakshmi S from Bodhi International School and Saloni Bhati from KV number 1 AFS. Moving on with essay writing English competition, first position is secured by Hunar Leela from DPS Pali Road. Second position is grabbed by Priyanshu Pehlawat from Bodhi International School. Essay writing Hindi competition, first position is secured by Shivang Pal from Mayur Chapasni School. Second position is grabbed by Jassa Ram from New Government School, Mohanpuria, Nai Sadak. Science quiz competitions, first position is secured by Priyanshu Dugar and Arsh Maheshwari from Mahavir Public Senior Secondary School. Second position is grabbed by Jayesh Parikh and Ashish Pandey from Mayur Chapasni School. Third position is bagged by Nikhil Soni and Harish Chaudhary from Sanskar Senior Secondary School. Moving to the winners of college competitions, in science debate competition in English, first position is secured by Shrishti from Jeet Jodhpur. Second position is grabbed by Saloni and Tejasvi from Jeet Jodhpur. In science debate competition in Hindi, first position is secured by Shraddha Sharma from MBM University. Second position is grabbed by Aditi from MBM University. Third position is bagged by Jatin Pawar from MBM University. In Agri Ideathon competition, first position is secured by Praveen Singh Rathore and Munish Kumar Mali from MBM University. Second position is grabbed by Lalit Kumar Borawat from Faculty of Science, JNBU. Second position is also grabbed by Garvita Jalmania and Arpit Goswami from Team Jeet Jodhpur. In Best Tech Out of Waste competition, first position is secured by Ashok Suthar and Soumya Kushwaha from Team MBM University. In technical presentation competition, first position is secured by Team Pseudo RMRF, Rashmi Israni, Vineet Divakar from Jeet Jodhpur. Second position is grabbed by Priya Balundia from MBM University. Third position is backed by Team Sikh Syndrome, Divyansh and Gaurav Bhora from Jeet Jodhpur. In line follower robotic competition, first position is secured by Divya, Yash, Yashdeep, Jeevraj and Karthik from MBM University. Second position is grabbed by Kunal, Akash, Bhuvan and Akshat from MBM University. Third position is backed by Saloni, Tripti and Achintya Prakhar and Mohammed from MBM University. Congratulations to the winners and all the participants who have put their time and efforts for the competitions. We hope everyone has learned something new out of this journey. Coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. Appreciating the team who worked on and behind the screen to make this event a big success. I request Sir to felicitate the coordinating and volunteering team with memento and certificate. I invite head coordinators of school event and competition team, Yikshu Chauhan and Nandini Maheshwari, to accompany their coordinators and volunteers on stage. I invite head coordinators of college event and competition team, Rahul Sharma and Pranav Ghosh, to come up with their coordinators and volunteers on stage. Next up, I invite head coordinators of stage management and expert lecture team, Vaibhav, Vidhi, Taru and Pranav to accompany their coordinators and volunteers on stage.
A great way to get confidence.
I'm going dance with them tonight. Just shout the word, yeah. Shady words, I let it go.
Moving on, I invite head coordinators of Startup and Expo team, Anirudh, Rishabh, Priyanshu and Shashank to accompany their coordinators and volunteers on stage. Next, I would like to call head coordinators of workshop team, Anisha Hada, Chirag Sokia to come up with their coordinators and volunteers on stage. Now I invite head coordinators of film screening team, Naman Jain, Aditi Chaudhary, Riya Sharma to come up with their coordinators and volunteers on stage. Next up, I invite Head Coordinator of Graphic Designing Team, Yuvraj, Pratishtha and Muskan to accompany their coordinators on stage. Next up, I would like to call Head Coordinator of Printing Team, Karishma, to accompany their coordinators on stage. I invite Coordinator of Exhibition Management Team, Vikas Kumar and Dinesh, to accompany their coordinators on stage.
DJ Manik. DJ
I invite Coordinator of Auditorium Refreshment Team, Harshvardhan and Vishal Malav, to come up with their coordinators on stage. I invite Coordinator of Auditorium Observation Team, Nishu and Avinash, to accompany their coordinators on stage.
Do you
Last but not the least, I invite Senior Under Officer Shubham Sen to accompany his cadets on stage.
है तुझमें हौसला तेरे जुनून के आगे अंबर पनाही मांगे कर डाल तू जो फैसला रूठी तकदीरें तो क्या टूटी शमशीरें तो क्या टूटी शमशीरों से ही हो कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह
14-day loop break. That's a world record. Welcome back.
इन गर्दिशों के बादलों पे चढ़ के वक्त का गिरेबा पकड़ के पूछना है जीत का पता इन मुट्ठियों में चांद तारे भर के आसमां की हद से गुजर के हो जा तू भीड़ से जुदा भीड़ से जुदा भीड़ से जुदा कहने को सर्रा है तू लोहे का छर्रा है तू टूटी शमशीरों से ही हो कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह माना कि मुश्किल है सफर पर सुबह मुसाफिर हो कहीं अगर तू रुका तो
Can you please put the sound off?
Feel the light start to tremble. Question what do you know out at sea? You can see your life out of the window tonight. I lose myself tonight. You'll be by my side. I lose myself tonight.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Professor Anil Gupta, sir, to felicitate Engineer Ravindra Kumar, sir, with a memento as a token of reverence and appreciation. I also invite Assistant Professor Imarti Kumari ma'am to felicitate Professor Gautam Kothari sir with a memento as a token of reverence and appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request Assistant Professor Kailash Chaudhary, sir, to come on the stage for the deliverance of the vote of thanks.
थैंक यू तरु। इस कार्यक्रम के अंतिम पड़ाव पर ये जो कार्यक्रम एक सप्ताह तक सफलतापूर्वक हो पाया, इसके पीछे कई लोगों की कई दिनों की और पूरे लंबे समय तक मेहनत रही है। मैं संक्षेप में जो लोग हमारे साथ थे, अधिकारी स्तर से लेकर विद्यार्थी तक, सबका एक बार नाम लेके उन सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। आई एम स्टार्टिंग विद कल्चरल मिनिस्ट्री, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, विज्ञान प्रसार, जो कि एक ऑटोनॉमस बॉडी है इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी। मैं उनको थैंक्स कहना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने ये इसका आइडिया जनरेट किया और हम लोगों तक ये आइडिया पहुँचाया है कि नेशनल साइंस डे पर ये एक नेशनल साइंस वीक मनाया जाए। उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा जय नारायण व्यास विश्वविद्यालय प्रशासन का, स्पेशली तत्कालीन कुलपति प्रोफेसर पीसी त्रिवेदी सर का, जिन्होंने जब इसका आइडिया आया जय नारायण व्यास विश्वविद्यालय को ये जिम्मेदारी मिली तो जरूरी व्यवस्था उन्होंने मुहैया कराई। इसी के साथ मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा रजिस्ट्रार गोमती शर्मा मैडम का और वित्त नियंत्रक मंगलाराम जी विश्नोई जी का, जिन्होंने विश्वविद्यालय स्तर पर सारी व्यवस्थाएं हमें उपलब्ध कराई और जरूरी प्रक्रिया पूरी कराई। इसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य हमारे सहयोगी IIT जोधपुर को, इस पर विशेषतः IIT जोधपुर के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर शांतनु चौधरी सर का, जो स्वयं इनॉग्रल फंक्शन में यहाँ पे हमारे बीच थे। उन्होंने यंग चिल्ड्रंस को मोटिवेट किया। इसी के साथ जैसा कि हम लोग आज इस समापन समारोह में देख रहे हैं कि IIT जोधपुर हमारा सहयोगी था, जिसमें कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स अलग अलग जगह से ऑनलाइन हमारे साथ जुड़े और अपने लेक्चर्स डिलीवर किए। सो आई रियली थैंक द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ IIT जोधपुर एंड देयर टीचर्स। नेक्स्ट आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक और हमारे जो मुख्य सहयोगी है डिफेंस लैब जोधपुर को, स्पेशली डिफेंस लैब डायरेक्टर श्रीमान रविंद्र कुमार जी को, जो स्वयं आज हमारे साथ यहाँ थे। इन्होंने लेक्चर दिया शुरू में। हमेशा हमारे निवेदन पर ये आते हैं, ये हमारा सौभाग्य है और इनका हमेशा सहयोग रहा है। इसी के साथ काफ़ी लोग हम जानते हैं कि डिफेंस लैब में एग्जीबिशन भी लगाई थी यहाँ पर, जिसमें काफ़ी दिनों तक, पूरे 7 दिनों तक डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को डिफेंस लैब के साइंटिस्ट ने यहाँ पर एग्जिबिट किया और स्कूल और कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स को उसके बारे में बताया। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर सपोर्ट फ्रॉम योर टीम एंड योर। इसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा MBM यूनिवर्सिटी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को, स्पेशली हमारे नए वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार शर्मा सर को, जो हमारे बीच इनॉग्रल फंक्शन में मौजूद थे, रजिस्ट्रार, फाइनेंस ऑफिसर ऑफ MBM यूनिवर्सिटी। सो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग दिस फैसिलिटी एंड आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग प्रोफेसर सुनील शर्मा जी को, जिन्होंने जो व्यवस्था हमने बनाई उसके लिए उन्होंने सारी अरेंजमेंट किए और हमेशा परमिशन दे के हमें उत्साहित किया। इसी के साथ प्रोफेसर राजेश बदादा सर, जो इनॉग्रल फंक्शन में हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट थे, उन्होंने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया, बहुत एनकरेज किया थ्रू आउट दिस प्रोसेस। नेक्स्ट आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक प्रोफेसर GC कोठारी सर, जो हमारे साथ इनॉग्रल में प्रेजेंट थे यहाँ पर, और एक खास प्रोग्राम कवि सम्मेलन आयोजित किया गया, उसमें सर गेस्ट थे हमारे साथ बीच में मौजूद थे। पूरे टाइम हमारे साथ रह के इन्होंने हमारा उत्साह, हाँ, जो मैं यहाँ पे आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जो हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है, वो जो स्पेशल प्रोग्राम जिसको हमने सबसे ज़्यादा एंजॉय किया, वो उसके प्रयोजक स्पॉन्सर सर प्रोफेसर GC कोठारी सर थे। इन्होंने वो पूरा प्रोग्राम स्पॉन्सर किया था। इसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा श्रीमान NK जैन साहब का, जो अध्यक्ष हैं जोधपुर इंडस्ट्रीज एसोसिएशन के, वो हमारे साथ विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में इनॉग्रल फंक्शन में हमने उनको सुना। वो हमेशा हमारे साथ सपोर्ट के लिए रेडी रहते हैं, जब भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं वो आते हैं और हमें मोटिवेट करते हैं। आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक हिम ऑल्सो। देन आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक वेरियस एक्सपर्ट्स वो डिलीवर्ड एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर थ्रू आउट दिस वीक। हमने उनको यहाँ पे फिजिकली सुना और अलग अलग टॉपिक्स पे, चाहे वो हिस्ट्री हो, चाहे करंट स्टेटस हो, चाहे फ्यूचर स्कोप हो, हर टॉपिक पे उन्होंने स्कूल और कॉलेज चिल्ड्रन स्टूडेंट्स को यहाँ पे बताया। सो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल द एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर्स। आई वुड नॉट लिस्ट आउट द नेम्स बिकॉज अभिषेक सर ने काफ़ी डिटेल में वो बताया है। देन आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक जो स्टार्टअप्स कंपनीज यहाँ पे आई जिन्होंने यहाँ वर्कशॉप conduct ki. Every day we have different workshop on different topics, so I would like to thank all those who are associated with this conducting workshop. Then we have exhibitions also. So exhibition area में काफ़ी लोगों ने visit किया, वहाँ different startups है, companies है, defense lab वाले थे. So I would like to thank all those persons who came over here and they exhibit their इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से कई सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज पे बच्चों को उसके बारे में बताया। कवि सम्मेलन इस प्रोग्राम की एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता रही और हमारे लिए सब लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा अनुभव भी रहा। पहली बार हमने कोविड के पीरियड से निकलने के बाद जब हम फिजिकली बाहर निकले तो हमने एक प्रोग्राम को एंजॉय किया। तो उसमें हमारे साथ जो मशहूर कवि जो यहाँ मौजूद थे, मैं उन सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने यहाँ आके बच्चों को एक, चाहे वो हास्य हो, चाहे वो वीर रस हो, देशभक्ति हो, उस पर बहुत अच्छी कविताएं सुनाई। एंड स्पेशल थैंक्स टू डॉक्टर हितेंद्र गोयल सर, जो हमारे यहीं जैन एंड व्यास विश्वविद्यालय के फैकल्टी इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंट के, उन्होंने खुद कविता पढ़ी और इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को कोऑर्डिनेट करने में हमें मदद की। वो जो कल्चरल एक्टिविटी थे उसके भी वो उन्होंने काफ़ी कोऑर्डिनेट किया। सो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक हिम ऑल्सो। आई वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू थैंक different school and college administration persons who were in contact with us during this week. उन्होंने हमारे साथ coordinate किया, cooperate किया, and they motivated their students to participate in various events. So a big thank to all the management of schools and colleges who visited us and participated in various events. Then I would like to thank faculty from जैन एंड व्यास विश्वविद्यालय एंड MBM यूनिवर्सिटी जोधपुर, जिन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर हमारी मदद की। सारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स जो जैन एंड व्यास विश्वविद्यालय में एंड MBM यूनिवर्सिटी में है, उन्होंने थ्रू आउट दिस वीक बहुत हमारी मदद की। फिर मैं सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो इसके प्रोग्राम की कड़ी थे, स्टूडेंट्स जिन्होंने MBM यूनिवर्सिटी एंड जैन एंड व्यास यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स ने जितना हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया उससे बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा इन्होंने प्रोग्राम किया। डांट भी खाई इन्होंने हमसे और रात तक रुके भी, लेकिन ये एक्सपीरियंस उनके बहुत काम आएगा। एंड आई होप वी विल गेट दिस काइंड ऑफ सपोर्ट इन फ्यूचर ऑल्सो। देन आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक स्पेशली पुलिस प्रशासन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, जो उन्होंने पूरे हफ्ते पुलिस व्यवस्था को बिल्कुल दुरुस्त रखा। आप लोगों के सहयोग से हमें इस आयोजन को सफल बनाने में बहुत मदद मिली। थैंक यू सर। इसी के साथ मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा मीडिया पर्सन्स का, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने डेली न्यूज़ इस प्रोग्राम की देखी, जो कवरेज यहाँ से गया डेली न्यूज है, तो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक मीडिया पर्सन्स ऑल्सो जिन्होंने इसको कवर किया। इस प्रोग्राम को यूट्यूब पे लाइव किया गया। हम में से काफ़ी लोग जानते हैं कि यूट्यूब पे ये लाइव हुआ। इस प्रोग्राम को लाइव करने से लेके स्टेज मैनेजमेंट से लेके एग्जीबिशन, वेरियस इवेंट्स, इस सब को कोऑर्डिनेट करने में एक टीम जो पूरे 10 दिन से यहाँ जुटी हुई है, स्पेशली डायरेक्टर सिद्धार्थ चौधरी, स्पार्कल मीडिया एंड प्रमोशन, ए वेरी बिग थैंक टू हिम। उन्होंने काफ़ी हमें सपोर्ट किया। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा एनसीसी स्टूडेंट्स का, जिन्होंने एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सेदार होते हुए इन्होंने अपनी पूरी जिम्मेदारी से, और यहाँ पे मैं ये मेंशन कर दूँ कि शायद पूरे हफ्ते में हमें उनको एक बार भी नहीं कहना पड़ा कि क्या करना है। फ्रॉम डे 1 टू डे एंड वो अपनी ड्यूटी बिना भूले हमेशा अवेलेबल थे। सो ए वेरी बिग थैंक टू यू। एंड we have with us coordinator of this program, so a very big thank to Akhil Ranjan sir also. And हालांकि ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम के ये कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं और मैं भी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम में हूँ, बट इट इज़ माय पर्सनल अफेक्शन एंड पर्सनल फीलिंग कि जो इन्होंने मौका नए लोगों को दिया, मुझे दिया, इन बच्चों को दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बड़ा थैंक यू। ऐसा बहुत कम होता है कि इस तरह से फ्रीडम दी जाती है बच्चों को और टीचर्स को, जो हमें मिली, हमें पूरे जुट के हमने काम किया। सो ए वेरी बिग थैंक टू अखिल रंजन गर्ग सर। अब सर को इनवाइट करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
मैं थैंक्स देना चाहूँगा प्रोफेसर कैलाश चौधरी सर को, इमरती मैडम को, अभिषेक सर को, अनिल गुप्ता सर को। इन लोगों ने जो किया मैं इमेजिन नहीं कर सकता। दानवीर सर को बहुत बहुत, इन लोगों ने इस प्रोग्राम को सक्सेस बनाया। एक्चुअल में तो ये पिलर्स थे, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, दे हैव डन इट। आप सभी स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये आप लोगों का प्रोग्राम था और आपने दुनिया को दिखा दिया कि आप प्रोग्राम कर सकते हैं और बहुत अच्छी तरह कर सकते हैं। आज जिस तरह से आपने स्टूडेंट्स को मैनेज किया प्राइज के लिए, रिमार्केबल था। पूरा प्रोग्राम आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह किया। रियली ग्रेटफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू। सर को तो मैं थैंक्स देते ही रहता हूँ। स्पेशल थैंक्स सर, आपकी ब्लेसिंग्स, डिफेंस लैब का सहयोग अविस्मरणीय है। वी आर रियली थैंकफुल टू यू। एंड प्रोफेसर कोठारी साहब को तो जितने शब्दों में मैं थैंक्स दे ही नहीं सकता। हमेशा इंस्पिरेशन है, हमेशा मोटिवेशन है। और हमारे आज दिन बहुत अच्छा है। एक न्यूज़ में देना चाहूँगा, टेक्यू फैकल्टी जो हमारे साथ थी और स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत पढ़ाया, आज उन्होंने वापस ज्वाइन किया। वो सब यहाँ, उन सबको, और स्कूल से जितने भी टीचर्स आए हैं और स्टूडेंट्स आए हैं जिन्होंने परफॉर्म किया, स्पेशल थैंक्स टू मयूर चौपासनी स्कूल। दे हैव डन ग्रेट। थैंक यू सो मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू।
Thank you, sir. I request you all to stand up for the national anthem and request Komal Yadav to come on the stage and sing the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाए तब जय गाता। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय जय जय।
Thank you. On behalf of the organizing team, I would once again like to thank Engineer Ravindra Kumar sir, Professor Gautam Kothari sir, and also the valued audience for making this event a success. Thank you.